Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Diving stab, Crawford throws to first. He got him. What a play.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Swing and a miss. He got him. And the A's have won 7 in a row. Celebration on the field. Celebration on the speakers. And the A's have won back-to-back games against Tampa Bay. Longest winning streak since August of 21.
It's Vegas, baby. The Golden Knights have won the Stanley Cup. The Vegas Golden Knights have claimed the Stanley Cup with a 9-3 shellacking of the Florida Panthers tonight in Game 5.
Yastrzemski swings, drives one out to deep left field. Walker getting turned around. He's at the warning track, at the wall. It's gone! Mike Yastrzemski in opposite field, 2-run home run. Now it's Patrick Bailey. He swings, lines one out to deep left, way back, and that ball is gone! On consecutive pitches, the Giants hit back-to-back home runs. Pitch to Gorman is swung on and missed. He struck him out with a 97-mile-per-hour fastball. Keaton Win, 4 strong innings in his major league debut. The Giants win it, a final score of 11-3.
And that should do it.
Yeah, that should do it for an interesting night of sport that saw the Vegas Knights take home the Stanley Cup. The Oakland A's win 7 straight games in Oakland before headed out to Las Vegas, and the San Francisco Giants winning back-to-back games against the St. Louis Cardinals, with maybe the arrival of Luis Matos on the way. So a lot to talk about this morning. What's up, everybody? It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, actually taking you all the way up to 9:15 this morning, where we'll be doing some diamond notes on the Murph and Mac Show. But as right now, it's me and Overnight Dave behind the glass, recapping everything that went down in the world of sports last night. And I think guys like Overnight Dave want me to start off talking a little hockey this morning with the Stanley Cup, since there's an actual championship game going on in one of the 4 major sports. And as much as, we avoid talking about the subject of hockey unless it has something to do with the San Jose Sharks, you can point out the fact that the San Jose Sharks had one of their former goalies in the net last night for the Las Vegas Knights, as the long-suffering fans out in Vegas finally got their first ever Stanley Cup after waiting a long and dreadful 6 seasons in the NHL.
Oh my God.
Well, now they're celebrating on the Strip, and they might have other things to celebrate as well. Not just the fact that they got Aiden Hill on a trade from the San Jose Sharks for a fourth-round draft pick. No, now they might be celebrating their new baseball team, the Oakland Athletics, who are making plenty of their own noise last night out in the 5-0. Because hours before last night's Oakland A's game, the Nevada Senate legislators, whatever the hell they're called, those people in government, the bigwigs, apparently approved the vote and passed a $380 million bill.
I say he's an idiot.
To fund a new stadium for the A's out in Las Vegas. Now, this is a story that we've been talking about for a few weeks now, the back and forth. John Fisher going MIA, not even showing up to these hearings. Dave Cavill getting put on the spot, stuttering at the podium, not really giving any straight answers to anybody on the Senate out in Nevada. But apparently something changed in the last couple of days. They got the votes, and now they're in the process of actually moving the team to Las Vegas. There's a couple things they got to do. They got to send it out to the assembly. Then they got to send it on to the governor. And then it's going to go to the MLB owners to put a vote on it. But last night, a message was sent to the MLB owners with the Oakland A's fans showing up strong. 27,000 plus, nearly 28,000 was the recorded attendance last night in Oakland on a Tuesday night against the Tampa Bay Rays. Probably the only other team in baseball that has a lower attendance rate than the Oakland Athletics is the Tampa Bay Rays. But hey, they're the best team in baseball this year, and they still can't get fans to show up. Look at the Oakland A's. They've been the worst team in baseball this year, and last night they packed the house. Last night they sent a message, and last night they let it be known to all of the owners across MLB that they want John Fisher to sell the team. And then they topped it off by going out there and beating the Tampa Bay Rays, the best team in baseball, on back-to-back nights. And now they've won 7 games in a row. And now technically they're not even the worst team in baseball. It's the Kansas City Royals. But sadly, it does feel like it's a little too late.
Does it really matter?
Kind of like the crowd showing up last night. In the first, second innings, I was like, damn, this is the protest. Didn't really look like the Coliseum was filling out too much, but I heard there was a lot of traffic issues. Gridlock traffic outside of the Coliseum. Hell, I saw Janie McCauley reported that fans were still trying to get into the game in the 8th and 9th innings last night. So those numbers might even be higher than the reported attendance, which, is usually the other way around of them trying to boost their numbers and making it seem like there's even more fans there. But last night, the drums were back in the outfield. Fans were back in their seats. There were chants of sell the team the entire game. There was some chance of maybe, blank John Fisher, stay in Oakland. There was even a silent protest during the 5th inning to represent the 55 years that the Oakland A's have been in Oakland, followed up by a sell the team chant that was so loud that the A's pitcher couldn't hear his pitch comm and had to step out and take a delay of game in the middle of the 5th inning.
Shout out Oakland, California.
So, yes, we will give a shout-out to Oakland, California, and all the fans that were out there last night. Again, we've been saying this for weeks, for years. Hell, I've even been on air for over a year. I've been saying it since the moment I turned this microphone on. The problem in Oakland is not the fans. It's John Fisher. It's Dave Cavill. It's the ownership group. Hell, we don't even got to go that far back. You can go back to look up the 2019 A's wildcard game. Look how packed that stadium was. And since the pandemic, this is a team that refuses to put an actual team out on the field. I mean, that was the craziest thing last night. Half of these guys on the A's looked like they were shell-shocked. Looked like they were playing in front of fans for the first time ever. Looked like Keaton Win out there crying in the bullpen before making his debut for the Giants. And trust me, we'll talk plenty of Giants baseball. But this is an A's team that has been playing in front of empty seats the entire game. And last night they had a full stadium, so I did want to give a shout-out to everybody who made it out to Oakland last night. Again, it does seem like maybe it's a little too late with this Nevada Senate passing this bill for Vegas. But hey, you never know. Maybe Rob Manfred will turn from the Grinch and his heart will grow 3 sizes that day, like the end of the movie, and he'll keep the A's in Oakland. And I think last night was a great showing that a baseball team still can thrive in the city of Oakland. You just got to have an ownership group that doesn't have the lowest payroll in baseball. I mean, I'll be out there at the Coliseum next week for the Yankees coming to town. They usually sell out those games just because Yankee fans are in the building. But I even saw Hank Steinbrenner yesterday with some pregame comments before the Yankees beat the Mets. Shout out the Mets who are on like a 9-game losing streak, and Max Scherzer's getting lit up left and right. But he said there should be an MLB salary floor to prevent teams like the Oakland A's from tanking to get out of the city. It's something I've been talking about since the holdout last year. It's ridiculous that the A's continue to operate in this kind of fashion in the MLB. But hey, that's why John Fisher will probably take his team to Vegas and then probably sell once he gets to Vegas. So shout out to everybody out there in the 7,000 neon green sell T-shirts that the A's fan base. I think it was the 68ers, the fan group that kind of put it all together last night. I did have a nice riff with Copes about how, those shirts looked as cheap as the Oakland A's owner, John Fisher. But hey, it was a good message to send to Major League Baseball. And it was a cool scene to watch the A's play in front of the crowd for the first time this year. It was really their World Series game, and they got the win 2-1 for their 7th straight win. But I already feel like I'm going to get in trouble for spending 7-8 minutes in a row talking about the A's on the San Francisco Giants flagship radio station, especially when there's big news with the Giants right now. Not just the fact that they won back-to-back games against the St. Louis Cardinals, not because Jake Flattery was out here chirping Lamont Wade Jr. for maybe stealing signs on second base, but I think the biggest news this morning is the injuries that happened last night in St. Louis. Because this was a weird game, folks. Starting off with Michael Conforto hitting a double off the wall. And who was it? Dylan Carlson goes running through the bullpen. I mean, I know the Giants' strategy is to try to get to the bullpen early, but I didn't think they'd get there that early, Dave. Well, here was Michael Conforto, one of his 4 hits on the day, having a really good second kind of quarter of the season after struggling in the first month of the season. And then we get to that 3rd inning where we saw a guy that has been struggling this year, Mitch Haniger, takes a ball off the forearm. Turns out he's got a fractured forearm, which really does suck. I think it's like a terrible baseball injury that we see happen all the time. Who was it? Jose Altuve this year, earlier this season, got beamed in the hand. He's got a broken thumb. He just made a comeback. And this happens all the time in baseball, these freak injuries. But the problem is with Mitch Haniger, he's had these freak injuries a lot in his career. Going back to his days in Seattle where he had a foul tip that hit off his cojones that put him on the IL for quite a while. We all know he was dealing with an oblique injury earlier this year. He's had shoulder issues. And I don't know how many times I've said I've been rooting for this guy. He's from the 408, went to Mitty High School. He's a local Bay Area kid. But now he's going to be out for a while. And now he's going to be missing some time. So I got some good news, bad news, and a little bit of other news to mix in for San Francisco Giants fans. Because the good news is the Giants won. The good news is they were the healthiest they had been all season. The
3 games in a row, boys.
The bad news is now Mitch Haniger is gone for a while after having a big Monday night where he had a double, a couple hits, a couple RBIs. But I think the silver lining of this all is that Luis Matos is coming to San Francisco. Hell, he's coming to St. Louis right now after being pulled from a Rivercats game last night, mid-game out in Sugar Land, Texas. Texas is a pretty short flight to St. Louis. Gabe Kapler confirmed post-game that Luis Matos and David Villar are both headed to the big league club. And I would not be surprised if Luis Matos is making his major league debut as soon as 10:15 this morning. About 5 hours and 3 minutes from this very moment. A guy that we've been talking about for weeks now. Hell, going back to 2021 when I saw him with the San Jose Giants when he was 19 years old. Now he's 21 years old and has a chance to be the 2nd youngest player in the MLB right now. Giants faced off against the youngest Jordan Walker yesterday. But man, oh man, we've been talking a lot about the kids this year. Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt. Luis Matos might be the next kind of evolution, a guy that's ranked as one of not only the top prospects for the San Francisco Giants, but a top 30 prospect in all of baseball. A guy who I saw play down in San Jose and from the eye test that I saw 2 years ago, had a much more impressive bat than both Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt. And ever since leaving San Jose, all the kid's done is light the world on fire. Whether it was a little bit of struggles in high A with Eugene, then him fast forwarding up to Richmond, to him only playing 24 games in AAA with the Sacramento Rivercats. Well, here's the thing. In those 24 games, he's had 14 multi-hit games. He's done literally everything you can ask for from a minor league prospect. And now today, it's sounding like he's going to get the opportunity with the lefty Jordan Montgomery on the mound. With, of course, the injury news to Mitch Haniger. Get ready, folks. Luis Matos is coming and could be a future, I don't want to say star, I don't want to get the expectations too high, but this is the crop of guys that we've been talking about for a while now. And Farhan Zaidi even said last week that he's doing everything he needs to do. The Giants might have to create a roster space. Well, one opened up yesterday with Mitch Haniger going down, with J.D. Davis going down. And now we'll see once that lineup comes out today. It should come out pretty soon, sometime this morning. We'll definitely have it for you on the Murph and Mac Show. Like I said, 9:15 is the start of Giants pregame today, 10:15 first pitch. So we'll have plenty of Giants baseball to break down for you. And let's get into some of that Gabe Kapler sound on the other side, talking about the injury to Mitch Haniger and whether or not Luis Matos will be in the lineup today before we get back into the Oakland A's reverse boycott last night, and whether or not baseball will continue to be played in Oakland in the future after Vegas passes the bill to bring the A's to Vegas. And
no, I don't see any scenario of that.
And after Vegas host up the Stanley Cup last night, winning it all, their first ever in franchise history. How about that? Back-to-back nights. Nuggets win their first ever. Vegas Knights won their first ever. And, oh, by the way, overnight Dave pointed out back-to-back nights, Miami and the entire state of Florida lost 2 championships. So sucks to suck. But, hey, it also sucks when your team's leaving town and you got to go out there and protest. So we'll talk some Oakland A's baseball. We'll talk some San Francisco Giants baseball this morning. We'll do it all on a Wednesday morning on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
So one gone on the first offer to Luis Matos. He's crushed. Left field, Matajevic is back, and all he can do is watch it go. And the incredible run continues for Luis Matos. His 7th home run of the season. And he was sitting for a fastball. He got it and drove it out of here. 1-0 Sacramento. This guy has been electric for the River Cats, and he just does not stop right now.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. It is indeed Marcus Boucher, the water boy from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. today and a little bit of Giants day ball. First pitch, 10:15. Pregame coverage starts here on the Sports Leader at 9:15 a.m. this morning. And I got a feeling that we're going to be talking a lot about the man that you heard on the rejoin, Luis Matos, who, oh, by the way, hit a home run last night for the Sacramento River Cats while playing against the Sugarland Space Cowboys down in Texas. I believe it's the AAA team of the Houston Astros. And then he gets pulled mid-game after hearing about the injury news to Mitch Haniger, hops on a flight. Now he's headed over to St. Louis. And as I said in the first segment, I would not be surprised if he's in the starting lineup tonight against a lefty, Jordan Montgomery, on the bump for St. Louis, as the Giants will look to complete the sweep for the 3rd time this season. After getting a sweep on the road last week against the Rockies, one earlier at home this year against the Philadelphia Phillies, now they'll go for the sweep for the 3rd time today, 10:15 first pitch. But before we get to the first pitch, we kind of got to put a bow on last night's game. The 11-3 victory. And all the madness that was happening between Michael Conforto getting 4 knocks, a couple RBIs, sending Dylan Carlson through the bullpen door, getting to the Cardinals bullpen early, to guys like Keaton Win making his MLB debut yesterday, technically being the first Giants pitcher ever to get a save in his major league debut. Now, with these wonky-ass MLB rules, if you pitch 4 innings in a row, 3 innings in a row, you can get a save. It's something that's always confused me because this obviously wasn't a save situation with the Giants being up by 6, 7, 8 runs throughout the entirety of his duration on the mound. But hey, don't let the craziness of MLB stats like errors and wins get in the way of a good time and a good story for Keaton Win, who before Monday's game against the St. Louis Cardinals had never even stepped foot in a major league stadium. Grew up in a small town in Iowa. And yesterday, because they were in St. Louis, which is close enough to Iowa, Dave, his family was able to drive over and be in attendance to watch his MLB debut. So it was an awesome moment. Of course, NBC Sports Bay Area did a great job of panning the camera over, looking at mom and dad and everybody in the family getting all teary-eyed. And it was cool to see Keaton Win finally make his debut. It's someone that I was talking to Susan Slusser about last Friday, a guy that had a great spring this year down in Arizona in Scottsdale for the Giants, can get up 96, 97, 98 miles per hour, and maybe he's one of the pieces moving forward for this team after making his MLB debut. But I think we might be getting back-to-back MLB debuts. And that, of course, is the man that we started this whole entire segment about, Luis Matos, the 21-year-old sensation out of Venezuela that has been lighting the Giants minor league system on fire. So much so that we've been trying to create a roster space the last couple weeks just to get him up on the big league club. Well, one of those roster spots opened up last night. And I think it's a kind of a delicate subject to get into because, of course, nobody's hoping for injuries, especially when it is a guy like Mitch Haniger, who was born and raised down here in Santa Clara, Mountain View, down in the 408, went to Mitty High School, blah, 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 blah. I can go on and on and on about how I grew up with his dad as a local umpire. He played the same summer league teams as me, Santa Clara Red Sox. Of course, I'm rooting for the success of Mitch Haniger. And so are the Giants after signing him this offseason, hoping that he could be one of those guys that could reach the 30 home run mark for the first time since Barry Bonds. Well, it's looking very unlikely now. Not after just a slow start of the season to Mitch Haniger, but after we got the news last night that he's dealing with a fractured forearm after being beamed in that third inning, which was actually like a pitch or two after J.D. Davis went down with an injury at third base. So just a weird kind of hectic moment and a freak injury that you really can't prevent. And I know there's going to be some people saying, well, Mitch Haniger's injury prone. He's this, he's that. Yeah, he's had a track injury, or should I say a track list of injuries throughout his career. But a lot of these have been freak injuries. I mentioned earlier the foul ball that he hit off his gonads that put him on the IL with a ruptured you-know-what. The kid's just had some bad luck, and that's the bottom line. And now he's dealing with even more bad luck after it looked like he was starting to show signs of life at the plate. Now he's going to be on the IL for quite some time. Here was Mitch Haniger yesterday after the game, breaking down his injury and what it means for the remainder of his season.
I didn't know right away until Gresh came out and did some tests. But yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, anytime you get hit, hand, forearm, it doesn't feel great. But yeah, I didn't. Once he had me try to twist my hand, and I couldn't do it, and you could feel that there was something wrong. So.
Yeah, once you start talking to the doctor, once you're not able to grip things, you're like, this is a bad sign. And it came, like I said, back-to-back plays with J.D. Davis, which, again, I don't want to talk about how the injury opens up the door for other people, but hey, that's baseball. I heard Randy Wynn talking about it on the postgame show last night about how he made his MLB debut because someone else got hurt. Hell, look at Patrick Bailey, who we're all falling in love with. A big reason why he's up this year was Roberto Perez getting hurt on opening day. Fast forward, you watch a guy like Joey Bart get put on the IL. That opens the door for Patrick Bailey. That's the business. And now with J.D. Davis being hurt, maybe that opens up a role every day for Casey Schmidt at third base. It's right there for him. I know he's been struggling a little bit at the plate, but hey, you're talking about getting the opportunities for the kids. That's why a couple weeks ago when Farhan Zaidi was talking about the MLB trade deadline, I threw out both those guys' names, Mitch Haniger and J.D. Davis. Because, again, they're 30 years old, over 30 years old. And if you want to build for the future, you want to play with the prospects, well, here's your opportunity. The door's knocking. And, again, nobody is celebrating the injuries, but I think people are getting excited about the kids. Here's one cut from J.D. Davis talking about him and Mitch Haniger both being injured and them both ending up on the trainer room table last night during the game.
I didn't know Hanny even got hurt or hit until he came into the training room, and I was like, dude, you all right? Like, you too? Like, what's going on? But it is very unfortunate to have me and him go down, but at the same time, props to Casey, and I think it was Sabes that came in. They got a couple hits, and they kept the train rolling for the offense and didn't miss a beat, and it was a great team win today. Catch a break if it's one thing after another, but it is what it is, and we have to swallow it and try to replace that big hole in that big bat and that kind of pillar in our clubhouse as a guy on and off the field. So it is what it is. It sucks. But, I'm praying for, the least of, I know it's broken. I haven't heard any details. I'm praying that it's the least amount of waiting time or on the IL list. So hopefully we can get him back sooner or later.
Yeah, and J.D. Davis is absolutely right. The bottom line is that's baseball. Injuries happen. The good news for the Giants is they were at the healthiest point they've been at the entire season, getting guys like Jock Peterson back at DH, getting Austin Slater back in the lineup. But now, with Mitch Haniger going down, it does open up a new roster space. And it sounds like J.D. Davis maybe won't be out that long. He's dealing with more of a sprained ankle. He was at least able to walk off the field, but hell, I saw Mitch Haniger postgame. The sound we just played, he had a sling on his arm, really wasn't touching it. Sounds like he's going to be out for a while. Here was Gabe Kapler last night on the disappointment of Mitch Haniger going down and sounding like he's going to be gone for a while.
We all know how difficult it was for him to come back from the oblique injury that he had in spring training, put all that work in the offseason to get ready for spring, and came in feeling good and feeling strong. Had a little bit of a setback with that oblique injury, and then here we are. He worked so hard to get back and was just starting to get on a roll, starting to swing the bat good and feel good. This is a pretty big gut punch for Mitch and for our club.
Yeah, like I said, the Giants had high expectations for Mitch Haniger. Has he lived up to those expectations? No, probably not. I think most fans would agree with that statement. But Gabe Kapler would prefer to have that depth. But maybe this is some of the depth now that we're going to see be filled by these youngsters. Because we joked a lot last year about Farhan Zaidi going out and making 66 different roster moves. How he's plucking guys off the free agent list left and right. Well, this year the strategy's been a little different. When a guy goes down, I was about to riff, but I just remembered that they did call up Darren Ruff after he got DFA'd by the Mets and put him in the 3-hole. So they still are plucking a few veterans left and right, but it seems like more this year especially, they're more willing to go with the prospects. Whether it is Bailey or Casey Schmidt or a guy like Ryan Walker in the bullpen or even a guy like Keaton Win last night on the bump. Now, the opportunity is there for another youngster, 21-year-old Luis Matos. A guy who has been getting a lot of attention the last couple of weeks, and for good credit. For a guy that's been doing literally everything he can to make it to the major league level. The problem was there wasn't a spot. Now there's a spot. And now Gabe Kapler confirmed post-game that him and David Villar are both going to be flying out to St. Louis. They should be arriving this morning. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if they landed last night after Luis Matos gets pulled in the middle of his AAA game. Didn't take a rocket scientist or an FBI agent or a secret detective and an Inspector Gadget to connect the dots and figure out that Luis Matos was going to make his MLB debut. As soon as today, here was Gabe Kapler being asked about Luis Matos and whether or not it is confirmed that he's headed to St. Louis to join the big league club.
Obviously noticed too was he came out of the game in Sacramento. Matos was one. Do you consider that he's a strong candidate to be here tomorrow?
Matos and VR are both on their way.
You anticipate they'll be active tomorrow?
I anticipate that one of them will be active and possibly both of them.
Yeah, I anticipate Luis Matos in the lineup. Jordan Montgomery is on the bump for the St. Louis Cardinals. Left-handed pitcher. Came over from the Yankees in a trade with Ryan Bader. Had a really good second half of the season last year. But now you look at this lineup without Mitch Haniger. It does open up a need for a right-handed bat. Austin Slater has been platooning with Mike Yastrzemski. We know Gabe Kapler in the platoon system doesn't like to play Jock Peterson or Lamont Wade Jr. even against left-handed pitchers. So, there we are. There's the golden opportunity. And for a guy that's been lighting the world on fire, for a guy who hit his 6th home run yesterday in 6 straight games before being pulled out mid-game, for a 21-year-old who's hitting near 400 with an 1,100 OPS, who has 14 multi-hits in 24 games. Hell, the Sacramento Rivercats changed their Twitter profile to being an emoji of Luis Matos. That's how hyped up everybody's getting right now. Hell, I was so hyped up as soon as I saw the Mitch Haniger injury yesterday, I went and picked up Luis Matos on my waiver wire in fantasy baseball, just like I did with Casey Schmidt. These are the guys that we're getting excited about. Shout out to the Giants when they used my voiceover talking about Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt in one of their YouTube videos. This is what gets people to the ballpark, to come out and watch these young kids. And he has the opportunity to be the second youngest player in the MLB this season. Right now, Jordan Walker, 21-year-old from the St. Louis Cardinals. And it's kind of funny the connections that these two guys have. I don't know their personal backgrounds or anything, but Jordan Walker was a guy that started the season on a 12-game hit streak. And then the St. Louis Cardinals sent him down because of his launch angle, because he was hitting too many hard ground balls. And yeah, you should see the look on Overnight Dave's face right now. Launch angle. The dude started off the season tying an MLB record, I believe. MLB, 12 straight games with a hit, Dave.
12.
And they're like, no, you hit too many line drives. We need you to go hit some bombs. That's kind of the criticism that Luis Matos was getting after I watched him down in low A with the San Jose Giants. That 2021 team that I always talked about that won the championship with Kyle Harrison, Marco Luciano, Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos. Matos was maybe the most impressive guy on that roster. His numbers were hovering around a 400-something batting average. And then he gets called up to high A in Eugene, and the criticism about Luis Matos was that he hit too many line drives. And then they wanted to start working on his launch angles, and if you look at his minor league numbers, that's pretty much the only season that he has struggled. Well, maybe they ditched the approach of trying to get the launch angle, or maybe it's working, because the guy's hit 6 home runs in the last 6 games. But as soon as he got to Double-A Richmond, he didn't last long. We talked to Will Clark about his performance down there. Then he gets the call up to Triple-A in Sacramento. And again, he's only played 24 games, but he has 14 multi-hit games. He's a top 30 prospect in all of baseball, not just the San Francisco Giants. He's ranked on those lists ahead of guys like Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt. And I think that's why we're looking at the silver lining. Again, not celebrating the injury to Mitch Haniger. Actually would have preferred for him to get hot right now, maybe have some trade value to maybe flip him and open up the roster spot for Luis Matos. But the bottom line is he's here. And that's why people, even after losing two guys who maybe are in the conversation, I guess one, J.D. Davis is technically top 5 in All-Star votes this year, not Mitch Haniger. But hey, here we are now with the silver linings this morning, talking about Luis Matos, and Gabe Kapler was asked about it post-game on whether or not it was appropriate, Dave, to talk about the silver linings of a Luis Matos.
I think it's all right to talk about that silver lining. Obviously, Matos has been swinging the bat really well. It's an exciting moment for the organization. Obviously, it comes on the heels of something that was really disappointing in the Haniger injury, but certainly we're excited to see what Matos can bring to the table when he's ultimately making his debut for us.
Yeah, and I think that debut comes today. Luis Matos, pencil him into your lineups. Hell, maybe by the homestand, there'll be some Luis Matos jerseys down at 3rd and King, just like there were Casey Schmidt jerseys in the first weekend. Wouldn't be surprised to see Patrick Bailey have a couple of jerseys thrown out there as well after he went back-to-back home runs last night with Mike Yastrzemski. Love seeing some power from the bat of Patrick Bailey, but again, I don't want to hype up this prospect too much. When I saw all these kids play down in San Jose, Luis Matos was one of my favorite prospects. 21 years old, won a minor league Gold Glove, can be an everyday center fielder for this San Francisco Giants roster. We'll see whether or not they put him out at center, maybe put him at DH. I think you want this glove in the outfield, and I think this is a guy that Giants fans are going to be a fan of moving forward. Let's hope he's in the lineup as soon as 10:15 this morning, and we'll get you those lineups when we start the pregame coverage today with Murph and Mac at 9:15 a.m. But on the other side, I want to get into some late-night action with some West Coast baseball. While the Oakland A's are actually still playing on the West Coast before moving out to Nevada and joining the Las Vegas Raiders on the Strip. Last night was the reverse boycott, and Oakland A's fans sent a message, not only to John Fisher and Dave Kaval, but to the entire MLB and everybody watching last night. Let's dive into this reverse protest on the other side, and whether or not the A's will stay in Oakland, probably not. But we'll discuss on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marquis Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Swinging a fair ball inside the third base line, and Siri's going to turn and make his way to second, and he has notions about third. He'll put the brakes on as Seth gets it back in. We heard the crowd go silent and now getting very loud at the Coliseum. Will now stand in for Tampa Bay. Rays trying to open the scoring, and Hogan can't hear with the pitch count because of the crowd, and now time is called. Things have gotten loud here, and this is certainly a new experience in 2023 at the Coliseum.
Yeah, Dave, this is baseball in 2023, and that was actually an Oakland A's game with a crowd in 2023, their biggest attendance of the season. After averaging only 8,000 fans per game last night, Oakland A's fans, hell, San Francisco Giants fans, Bay Area baseball fans united at the Coliseum. Total numbers were 27,749, and it might have been even more than that.
This is baseball in 2023.
Yeah, well, the problem is we don't know if there's going to be baseball being played much longer in 2023 in Oakland. I'm sure they'll probably play out the season at least, Dave. But after that, they're moving on. After the Nevada Senate last night approved of a $380 million bill to fund a new Vegas A's ballpark on the site of the old Tropicana Hotel on the Las Vegas Strip. And this is a storyline that's been going around now, hell, since 2014, I'll say, because I've covered this a lot. I remember going through it with the Oakland Raiders back in 2018 when they said it was the final season, and I went out to all the protests, and then they pump-faked us and came back for 2019 again, and people still tried to keep the Raiders in Oakland. Guess what? It didn't work. They went to Las Vegas. So I applaud the efforts. And it's something that I've been given a lot of promotion to here on The Sports Leader, the flagship station of the San Francisco Giants. But I think we can all agree we all love baseball. We love Bay Area baseball. And I know we'll go back to the rivalry between the A's and the Giants, the friendly rivalries as some people call it. If you were born before 1990 and you remember the 1989 World Series, it probably ain't that friendly. But it is the battle of the Bay, the back and forth, the older brother, younger brother, sibling complex. And hell, we're talking about an Oakland A's team that was winning championships here in the Bay Area before the San Francisco Giants, if you want to be honest, and a team that was getting higher attendance numbers for a majority of the 70s and 80s. Well, look at the attendance numbers now. And that's why they'll tell you it's a big reason why the A's want to leave town. Well, no. Don't buy into that BS. Don't listen to the talking points of a Dave Kaval and a John Fisher, who have been purposely tanking their own franchise to try to get out of town. Going back to when they refused to build a new ballpark when the Raiders wanted to build on the Coliseum site back in 2014, and they signed that 10-year lease all the way throughout 2024. And look what they've been doing the last 3 seasons, begging Las Vegas to take them in. Well, now they've got the opportunity. Like I said, the bill passed yesterday. It's got to go through the assembly, then go through the governor, then through the MLB owners, which, you know, if you know anything about politics, follow the money, follow the $380 million. It sounds likely that it's going to happen, but maybe not after last night. After nearly 28,000 plus packed the Coliseum and sent a message, not just to Kaval and John Fisher, but to the entire MLB, to everybody watching. It's a national story right now. You turn on MLB Network, they're talking about the reverse boycott. They're talking about the 7,000 neon green cell t-shirts that were handed out yesterday. They're talking about the chants, the rejoin we just played during the 5th inning when the Oakland A's fans stood in silence as a protest honoring the 55 years that the franchise has been here in Oakland. Then erupting in a sell the team chant so loud that Hogan Harris couldn't even hear the pitch calm. Hell, I don't know if he could hear his own voice. That was probably my biggest takeaway of yesterday's game, was watching this cast of characters, the lowest payroll in baseball with the Oakland A's, and watching these kids play in front of a full crowd for the first time ever, it seemed like. And that's maybe a big reason why the A's won last night. Now, they won 7 in a row. They beat the best team in baseball on back-to-back nights. And how about the A's fans packing the house on a Tuesday night against the Tampa Bay Rays? But as we said at the beginning of the show, it might be a little too late. I know the MLB owners' meetings are starting up soon. Maybe this is the message they need. A's fans were vocal about the chants they were putting out there, the stay in Oakland, the let's go Oaklands, the blank John Fishers, stuff I'm not allowed to say on FCC radio. And it even got to a point where in the 9th inning, you had guys running on the field. And then after the game, there were some A's fans who threw beers and trash on the field, which I wasn't a huge fan of. Because guess what? It's not John Fisher out there picking up the trash. It's the one member of the grounds crew who was going around picking it all up. But I get it. You're frustrated. Raider fans did the same thing. It's the city of Oakland. Hell, we almost burned down the entire Coliseum that 2018-2019 season. I remember seeing people rip down the Section 209 banners, taking them home with them. Well, last night was a loud, really, really great environment. I know some people on TV were calling out the boycott in the first, second innings. Apparently there were major traffic issues. What a surprise. But it seemed like fans were funneling in. And by the 8th, 9th inning, when fans were still trying to get into the building, it looked like a playoff game. It looked like an electric atmosphere. And that's why it was funny hearing guys like Hogan Harris, who, oh, by the way, threw 7 innings of some great baseball after the A's used an opener. Not like the guy could have gone 8 or 9 innings, but hey, that's a different digression. He was even talking about not being able to hear the chants through everything that was going on. Here was Hogan Harris yesterday talking about that moment of A's fans erupting with the sell the team chant after the silence of the 5th inning.
I tell you what, words really can't describe it at all. Obviously, they got wildly loud at one point. I couldn't even hear my pitch comm. I didn't know what was going on. I was like, hey, I'm going to be honest, Blue. I can hear it. It's on, but I just can't hear it. He goes, you have a backup plan? I was like, no, but we're going to have to figure something out really quick, aren't we?
Yeah, that umpire should have asked the same question to John Fisher. Do you have a backup plan in case the Tropicana plans fall through? Well, apparently the 4th, 5th, 6th plans, whatever, figured out. Now it sounds like they are moving to Vegas, but it was cool to see the Oakland A's fans voicing their opinion and Dallas Braden laughing in the background. I saw Dallas Braden. He was out in the parking lot mingling with fans. I'm surprised he didn't have one of the Sell t-shirts on up in the broadcast booth. And even the A's fans got to celebrate and see a win. Again, 7 in a row. They're no longer the worst team in baseball. But they're also still the lowest payroll in baseball, which is the big problem here and is why the Oakland A's fans are not showing up to games. I can't make this a clear enough message on 50,000 watts. A's fans are not the problem. A's ownership, A's front office, the state of the franchise is the problem. It's got nothing to do with the loyal, passionate fans who showed up in numbers last night, stayed after the game, were chanting during Hogan Harris's interview. These are real baseball fans, and that's why the city of Oakland deserves a baseball team. Here was Mark Kotsay, manager of the Oakland A's, talking about what the experience was like playing in front of a quote-unquote angry Oakland Athletics fans.
Well, I've experienced anger in a crowd, definitely. Mostly at me when I was playing. I don't know. It was a unique night, but again, we talked a lot about it. And if you want to use the word anger, it wasn't directed at the players. And we felt the energy on their fan side supporting us, passionately with the, you could feel them just wanting us to win that game, and their will, I think, came across with our guys, and just the electricity you felt when we scored that run in the 8th and went back out to take the field in the 9th.
I think that's perfectly said by Mark Kotsay. A's fans are not angry at the players. Hell, I think the only player on the roster who's played in front of that crowd before was Ramon Laureano. He remembers what it was like in 2019. When the A's made the playoffs and they were selling out the place. There are A's fans. Trust me, I've seen them with my own eyes. They check in on the text line. And that's why I did want to spend a moment giving a shout out to all the 27, 28 plus thousand fans who showed up last night to support their ball club. Again, me and Overnight Dave have gone through this before with the Raiders. We tried to keep them in Oakland. They actually left to Vegas. And now they're celebrating with the Vegas Golden Knights after winning the Stanley Cup last night. So again, this was a great story, but it might just be a little too late. I don't think Rob Manfred is going to turn into the Grinch and have his heart grow 3 sizes bigger that day and keep the A's in Oakland. Hell, if I'm Vegas right now, I'm looking at what they're doing with the Golden Knights and saying, hey, I'll start up my own fan base. I'll start up my own team. Why would I even bring in a guy like John Fisher who does not want to support a major league roster? But then again, me and Overnight Dave were just talking about John Fisher will probably get the team to Vegas, get it at its highest value, and then sell the team just like A's fans are begging for. But the problem is, by the time they move to Vegas, they might be losing a lot of those fans. And I don't want to call out the fan base of Las Vegas, but I've seen it first person. There's a difference between Oakland Raider fans and Las Vegas Raider fans. I'm saying there'll be a big difference that the MLB will find out in a bad way about the difference between Las Vegas A's fans and Oakland A's fans. And last night they showed why. With the messages of sell the team, with the messages of blank John Fisher, and the messages they've been sending to Dave Kaval and the entire front office of the A's. But sounds like they are heading to Vegas. Bad news for the Bay. And just to top it off, the Vegas Golden Knights win the Stanley Cup with Aiden Hill in the net, who was traded by the San Jose Sharks for a 4th-round draft pick. So, yeah, great. Dave, hit the celebration music. A's have won 7 in a row, and they've got one more season in Oakland. But how about on the other side, we'll celebrate the fact that it's a 3-hour show with Murph and Mac this morning. We'll get you ready for some Giants baseball at 10:15 today. Giants pregame at 9:15, and we'll make that connection on the other side. It's the Waterboy on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Well, would you look at that? The clock strikes 6, and we're wrapping up the leadoff spot this morning. I'll apologize to the boys for being a little late this morning on the face-off.
You're always good, Waterboy.
Talking a lot of baseball this morning. Giants winning 11-3 last night. Tons of storylines to get into.
Sell the team.
And the Oakland A's. That's why I went late last segment. I was too busy out here flaming John Fisher and Dave Cavall on 50,000 watts.
To Cumulus, sell the station. I'm kidding. God, can I just riff?
That's one hell of a riff, Murph.
You know what they'd say to us? Sell the morning show.
Sell the morning show.
Sell the
then
show.
Buy. Then sell.
Hey, man, shout out to the 27,759.
Yeah, you guys, nice work out there.
I saw there was reports of A's fans still trying to get into the Coliseum in the 9th inning last night.
Marcus,
sabotage.
I'm going to bet
I'm calling sabotage
right now still trying to get in.
Still sitting in gridlock traffic.
I'm calling sabotage on that dude. I'm telling you, they finally know they got a crowd coming out, and suddenly there's only like one entrance.
Dude, that was, remember?
I'm telling all of y'all, it's sabotage. Cue up the beasties.
Remember the Murphy family story?
Yep.
We got stuck until the 5th inning.
They don't want the crowds.
When I told that story that Monday, there was the theory
sabotage.
At the the A's were like, see the infrastructure, we can't handle this.
See, I told you, it doesn't work over here.
Well, here's the thing. I wish I had my laugh track on me. Paul and Mac, I might ask for some help. The A's ownership has been sabotaging his team for the last 3-4 years, Murph.
And I'll pile on top of that one, Marcus. It's funny how they didn't have any traffic egress problems in 72, 73, 74 when they were in back-to-back World Series.
Yeah, no problem.
Fans got in and out pretty well for those games. It's funny.
Or when they were selling out the Coliseum in 2019 when the A's were in the playoffs, actually putting an actual team on the field.
Here's another laugh.
They probably
another one.
Dan the Green water.
Dan the Green. I got in and out to see Zeppelin, for God's sake.
No problem.
Shout out 77, Dan the Green.
But anyway, great. And then the Giants game has like 11 different storylines.
Yes.
It starts with Haniger. I mean, I'm going down like the Crawford squeeze bun is like 11th on the list.
Apparently, it didn't even mention it today.
Off a lefty. It was his first squeeze since 2014.
Yeah, huh?
Wow.
Patrick Bailey and Yaz go back-to-back home runs. Doesn't even get a mention this morning.
How about the tortoise and the hare story of Bailey and Schmidt? How we all just went bananas for Schmidt in the first 2 weeks, and Bailey was like,
tortoise and hare, nice.
I'm just going to chill out, and I'm going to be the guy.
Yeah. Wow, Bailey's a tortoise. Okay.
And get ready for another super prospect to join the race because today might be Luis Matos Day.
I need,
lot going on.
So Louis song's already in my head. Obviously, the Kingsman, Louis.
It's a good
Animal
one,
House.
if not a great one.
There was a disco song in the 70s, Louis, using the Louis C.K. opening. And then more your generation, Waterboy, Sublime, don't they say to stay with Louis Dog is the only way to stay sane?
Yeah, Lou Dog is
don't they
the
say
lead
that?
singer's dog, yeah.
Okay, so
look at
you got your
knowledge.
choice of LeBlanc, Sublime or the Kingsman or the disco one.
Stay tuned. 6:15 rejoin. You'll get it. And we got plenty to talk about this morning, and we got to get to it quick because, boys, we got pregame coverage starting at 9:15 this morning. First pitch in St. Louis. 10:15 with the Giants trying to break out the brooms and sweep St. Louis with Luis Matos expected, according to the Waterboy, to make his MLB debut today. We'll talk about all those things and more. And you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station, the sports leader, and the Murph and Mac show starts right now.
Wow, what a Tuesday night. My God. And shout out to all you green T-shirt wearing fans.
All of y'all.
The team.
All of y'all.
I saw somebody posted a video from the press box. I forget which writer it was. I apologize. But even like a half hour after the game, you could still hear in the parking lot from inside the stadium, sell the team, sell the team. So do you think, Paulie Mac, that John Fisher... It was Waterboy who said that maybe he'd be like Rob Manfred or like the Grinch and have his heart grow 3 sizes. Do you think John Fisher, in the movie, John Fisher would come out and announce on the microphone, I'm selling the team? Like in the movie.
Leaning out of a booth somewhere, like in the suite level. Yeah, like leaning out of the glass.
I mean, in the movie, the fans come out, they chant it, and then... Because listen, those are the people, right? Those are...
People who've spoken. They did. They spoke last night. What the country's founded on. The people have blank and spoken.
Paulie, what about the people?
What happened to the people? Power to the people. Get a fist up.
The faces of the people inspired.
In the square.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. So, shout you guys out. And, like I said, if it was a movie, Fisher would come out and say, I'm sorry, I ruined the team. Tonight I announced I'm selling the team. People be weeping and hugging.
Here's the problem,
but
though.
There's no movie.
No, this is real life. And I believe in the Grinch when they measure his heart at the end. I'm pretty sure they show you the x-ray. And it grows so significally, it bursts the scale wide open, it breaks the scale.
Do you think he needs to see a guy about that?
I think it's going to go the opposite way with Fisher. I think it'll regress and it'll get smaller.
By the way, I'd like to recommend to the Grinch go see a guy.
By the way, did they get the Grinch yet, or is he still out here working? I'm not sure if I don't know if 2023 is Grinch friendly anymore. It's a great story, though. He sees the light at the end. He comes down. He has a big roast beast with everybody.
Roast beast.
He slices it. I'm a fan. I like the Grinch. I'm sure they'll get him at some point.
Well, it's that little girl who gets him, right? The
Cindy Lou Who.
Cindy
Lou Who.
Wow. I had my knowledge on Sublime.
I'll tell you straight up, I'm a fan. I'm a straight up fan.
We got Seuss knowledge this morning here.
Cindy Lou Who.
Very good. Well, listen, and then we had a million storylines in St. Louis.
I know.
The headline being Luis Matos is in town. No, are we going Louis or Luis? I don't know.
That's a good question. We'll have to. I'm not. We'll find out.
Dude, you got to read Susan Slessor's story in the Chronicle on Matos. She quotes Pat Burrell. Dude, Pat Burrell is like,
shut up, Pat the Bat.
Listen to some of these quotes from Pat Burrell.
Give me some.
Okay, he says about Matos, quote, he's the most naturally talented player we have.
What?
Okay. Number 2, Luis is insanely gifted. Probably like Tommy Lee.
Yes, certainly.
All right.
Hopefully.
He runs. He has power. He has a plus arm. He's 21 years old. This is a coveted player. Okay, he goes on to say, if you talk to all the players in the minor league and ask which player's characteristics are most attractive, everyone would say, I wish I played like Matos.
You really could make that Tommy Lee comparison. I think that's how Pam described him in the Hulu series. He can run. He has power. He's got a big arm.
They said, a power arm. This is a coveted player.
Yeah, and coveted. Yeah.
He goes on to say, it's effortless for him. Quote, we have a real one here.
All right, Pat. Well, let's see him. Let's go.
One here. He goes on, dude, it doesn't end. He has videos of Matos from 2019 on his phone that he keeps and still watches.
Who, Pat Burrell?
Yes.
Okay.
So, dude, this is the guy, Luis Matos, who in Sacramento in 24 games was hitting .398.
Yeah, nice.
With a 1,120 OPS and has hit 6 homers in his last 6 games.
Well, hey, listen, this is what we've all been asking for and kind of waiting for now. I mean, here it is. It's happening. It's underway, man.
Paulie, so Keaton Win closes out the game last night.
You got
Shout
Schmidt,
him out.
you got Bailey going deep.
Win finishes the game. He goes, he hugs Pat Bailey.
Pat Bailey,
There's
that's
two
the kid.
guys on your TV screen last night who were not on opening day.
Pat Bailey with his pitch comm cord flapping around, his little mustache, hugging fools.
And hitting bombs.
Yeah.
In fact, we got to get to
Let's
that right
punctuate.
now.
We got it all.
We got to get to it. And so, like I said, so many storylines.
Yeah.
Poor Mitch Haniger.
Can I get a sweep, too, or is that too much? Might as well finish it off.
Point, are you kidding me?
Might as well.
Matos is going to go 4 for 4 with 2 bombs today.
I hope so.
Guys, poor guy. It's baseball. He's probably going to go 0 for 4. Everybody's going to bum out on him. But no. Let's have Kai Correa call Rob Manfred. Manfred said, you can't be calling me. He said, why not, Suit? He said, because you've never been 3 games over 500. He said, well, guess what,
First
Suit?
time for everything.
Guess what,
Here we are. Deal with it.
Put it in the book. San Francisco Giants 11. St. Louis Cardinals 3.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good. This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man.
There it is, man. And runs are cool. How about home runs are cool? Paulie Mac, bring out Bob Weir. Mike Yastrzemski, number 7.
Bombs away.
And then the guy who has more homers than his rookie rival, Casey Schmidt, Pat Bailey, number 3.
Bombs away.
Dude, Bailey's hitting .323.
I know, it's a thing now. Pat Bailey is a real thing.
Pat Bailey is a thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So, Paulie Mac, it is that time, as the great Mark Jackson once said, things be changing in Golden State.
Shout out Mark Jackson.
Things be changing in the black and orange.
Okay.
No doubt. We're talking Pat Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Keaton Win, Tristan Beck, and now Luis Matos. Dude.
And it's Luis, not Louis.
I don't know. I think I'm going to go and say both are acceptable.
Okay.
I think you say Luis if you're his school teacher, but if you're his buddy on the playground, you call him Louis.
Sweet Lou.
How's that?
Yeah.
Sweet Lou.
I hope it looks like Coach Lou, the picture you showed me yesterday of Coach Lou circa 67.
Louis told me the story some more about the acid he took with the nuns.
You heard Murph correctly, by the way. You heard him correctly.
Coach Lou is...
With the nuns.
Coach Lou, I'm going to tell you guys, Coach Lou was born in the... I'm not going to give his age, but he might be... We might be pushing 80.
Yeah, he looks great, by the way.
Guess what? He threw 45 minutes of BP yesterday.
I don't want to hear about pitch count. I got Coach Lou out here.
Guys, almost 80 through 45 minutes of BP.
To Mike Kruko's point, arms are meant to, you can pitch. Pitchers pitch.
He also pitched on Sunday in his adult league game. But anyway, he told me the story about the first time he was at the film. Was it the Winterland or Fillmore? Yeah, anyway, there was some stuff going around and they took a sip. And
Definitely
3 nuns in
around.
habits.
Well, listen.
Took sips. And he said they wound up at Ocean Beach all night.
Well, this is what happens.
The nuns would march into the water saying, sometimes the lights are shining on me. And then they'd march back out saying, other times I can barely see.
Speaking of trucking lyrics, that's incredible, by the way. And Coach Lou, I'm a fan. Soon we will sit down and I will pick that brain of yours. I had a lot of questions. Shout out one more thing, too, to cap off my night last night. Finished a Giant game. Dove into part 3 of the Walton thing. Didn't get through that one, so I got about 40 minutes deep on part 3. I'll finish that off.
Did you enjoy what you had?
Here's the big stat I got to pull out and show off today. This is like Walton in his prime now. So part 3 starts off. They're showing you the 77 season. This is when Portland's going to go to the finals and win, with Bill Walton probably playing the best basketball of his NBA career. They face the LA Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. I knew nothing about this series, nothing. Blazers beat the Lakers. It's a big deal for Walton because he's going head-to-head with Kareem. You ready for some numbers? Ready? This is Walton going against Kareem in the Western Conference Finals. Walton averaged 27 points a night and 22 rebounds a night against Kareem.
Who's he thinking?
27 and 22.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad,
well,
dude.
He could play
27 and 22.
Yeah.
So anyway, there was
Kareem.
And they worked in some Jerry Garcia band last night. Jerry Garcia band has now entered the 30 for 30.
What were they going with?
Well, How Sweet It Is to Be Loved by You. It's really well done. You're going to love it. You'll love it.
And as 408 says, guys, on top of everything else, happy Flag Day.
Hey, Flag Day. Let's go, man.
And the Giants have achieved the goal. We said, let's get to 500 by Flag Day. That's been the mission since like 2017. They're 3 games over 500 on Flag Day. So shout out to you A's fans out there. I want to hear from some of all y'all. If you guys were there last night, text us at 415-808-5627. You can even call. I'd like to hear some boots on the ground stories.
I would too.
That.
Yeah, me too.
Was John Fisher in the parking lot eating tacos with you guys and shotgun and beers? By the way, they said there was a Korean pop band playing at the arena at the same time.
Oh, that's tough.
So it was like an incredible scene.
Yeah.
Of girls wearing short skirts and knee-high socks.
K-pop fans meet A's Nation. Yeah.
So you had the short skirts and the knee-high
Bleacher
socks.
Dave.
And then you had the 68s
Bleacher Dave
as
with
they
the
call them.
styrofoam cap.
The drums were back last night, big time. And the signs were too. See the bedsheet signs
It was
out
old
there?
school, man.
Yeah, old school Oakland. Somebody called it. Oh, Steve Berman of The Athletic had a great line. He had a picture of the stadium. He said, "Here's to baseball's last dive bar." I thought it was a pretty good line. I thought, yeah.
We all love a good dive bar.
Yeah. I also like Waterboy's line that when Conforto hit that ball and Dylan Carlson ran through the fence, he said, "I know the Giants wanted to get to the bullpen early, but this is ridiculous."
This is making a statement.
Great line by Waterboy. Made me laugh.
He had some good ones today.
All right, here we go. Into a Wednesday with early Giants baseball coming your way. Next on The Sports Leader.
The Giants.
Fun.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Oakland A's fans held their reverse boycott last night at the Coliseum to encourage owner John Fisher to sell the team and keep the A's in Oakland. To read all about last night's reverse boycott, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
So one gone on the first offer to Luis Matos. He's crushed. Left field, Matajevic is back, and all he can do is watch it go. And the incredible run continues for Luis Matos. His 7th home run of the season. And he was sitting for a fastball. He got it and drove it out of here. 1-0 Sacramento. This guy has been electric for the River Cats, and he just does not stop right now.
Pitch to Gorman is swung on and missed. He struck him out with a 97-mile-per-hour fastball. Keaton Win, 4 strong innings out of the bullpen to finish this game in his major league debut. Just the 1 run allowed, and the Giants win it. A final score of 11-3.
There it is, man. Joe Rizzo, by the way, the voice of the Giants, Joe Rizzo, and F.V. Santangelo. So, I'm guessing Paulie Mack put his thumb on the scale here when it came to the rejoin.
Well, no, because you mentioned Flag Day, and I figured let's celebrate the flag. Let's wave that flag.
Well, that sounds damn good.
Yeah, you do that with the U.S. Blues.
Yeah, wave it high because you're 3 games over 500, Giants.
I love that. That's what I asked for specifically. I say get me 3 over.
They have not been 3 games over 500 the entire season.
Feels good. Not going to lie. Feels good.
Feels good.
It does.
All right.
Very stimulating. It'd be 3 games over. Gabe feels me. Gabe, you feel me?
Do you need it right now? I know I'm tormenting some listeners by saying I'm holding it on my app. You can see it on the stream.
What do
you can watch us on TV, by the way, on the KNBR app. We're on Twitch.
You guys enjoy
the YouTube. You just type us in. There we are. I'm holding up my phone that has the standings.
Yeah.
The Giants currently own the 3rd wild card. They currently own the 3rd. On Flag Day, on Flag Day.
That's what I'm saying.
We are playoff bound on Flag Day. If it were right now, Arizona, Atlanta, and Pittsburgh are your 3 division leaders.
All right.
This is the Flag Day check-in. Your 3 wild cards are the Dodgers. The Dodgers are a wild card, guys, because they are 3 games back of the D-backs.
Crazy.
The second wild card, you'll never guess. Miami Marlins.
Wow.
The Miami Marlins are 37-31. What? Where'd that happen? And then the Giants. And so if you look in the rearview mirror for your Flag Day summer preview, the teams you're going to have to fend off to hold this Flag Day playoff spot all the way till October, Waterboy. It's going to have to be the Milwaukee Brewers, the Philadelphia Phillies, the Cincinnati Reds are in the conversation, believe it or not. Shout out Ellie De La Cruz. The Padres, and dude, the Mets, who are, I don't even know if we mentioned the Mets. Are they going to be around?
Yeah.
Are the Mets still going to be in the league come August?
Maybe.
They're 31-36, and Waterboy's Yankees are beating them up out there.
Sure.
So anyway, those are your teams. Milwaukee, Philly, Cincinnati, San Diego, and the Mets would be the teams that you got to worry about. If you need to worry at all, if you're the Giants, maybe you're setting your sights on the D-backs. Maybe you're coming for the D-backs. Why not? You're 6 out. Let's go. So anyway, we're laying the table. I know the solstice is next week.
Yeah.
But why don't we call today the official beginning of summer?
I'm down with that.
Day.
Yeah, Flag Day works for me.
All right. So good morning, Marcus. You're all settled back there. It's all good. I mean, and the change is, woo, baby. When Keaton Win hugged Pat Bailey at the end of that game, I was like, there's some stuff going on.
Yeah, like the new faces have arrived.
Yeah, you look at Keaton Win, of course, we're paying a lot of attention to Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt. I'll throw out a Ryan Walker as well. There's a lot of young talent on this roster, and it sounds like they're getting more talent this morning.
So Matos is there. That's confirmed by Kapler. God, that all happened really fast. When Haniger got hit on the forearm in the 3rd inning, I think by like the 5th inning or so, Maria Guardado, who, by the way, does an amazing job. Maria Guardado, MLB.com. If you're not reading her, you should be. But anyway, she had tweeted out that Matos had been pulled from the game in Sugar Land, Texas. This is all happening like in real time. You know?
I saw the video pop up on my Twitter feed of Luis Matos literally grabbing his bats out of the dugout, throwing them into a bag, and running across the field. He was literally packing his bags to get on a flight to St. Louis.
That's got to be exciting.
I mean, this is how so what happens? So Haniger gets hit. Greshner gets him in there. They take an X-ray. They get the X-ray back. He runs into the dugout, tells Kapler it's broken, tells Farhan. Farhan calls whoever, Kyle Haynes, who then calls Dave Brundage in Sugar Land. Somehow the dugout phone rings in Sugar Land, Texas. I mean, think about this, because they got to get the message down there in the dugout.
Yeah.
Brundage's got to answer, or some gopher runs it like the little bat boy from The Natural. Runs in and whispers in Brundage's ear.
Totally.
Tell Louis he's going to the
Louis,
show.
grab your stuff. Yeah.
By the way, there's a secondary guy in this drama, David VR. He's all
That's right.
Grab your bats and VR.
Yeah, VR.
On the plane. So, and I don't know how you get from Sugar Land, Texas to St. Louis. I don't know what the nearest airport is. And it happens to be that Triple E's wearing his Sugar Land, Texas hat today. You can see it on the rectangle if you want to see there. Yeah, he can hold it up. So anyway, and then Carlos Ramirez from NBC Sports Bay Area, who has a relationship with Matos because he went up and did a piece on him and speaks, obviously, native Spanish tongue there, said he talked to Matos. Matos was getting on the plane. So, Waterboy, I would expect, generally, when the vibe and you put him in right away.
Oh, 100%.
There's no need to get any kind of mold on him. Just get him in.
And there's Jordan Montgomery on the mound today, left-handed pitcher. It works out perfectly. Luis Matos, right-handed bat. I'm sure Austin Slater will be in the lineup, but we know Gabe Kapler doesn't like to play Jock Peterson versus lefties. Has even been benching Lamont Wade this year against lefties.
DH Slater?
I think.
Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah,
no?
well, I mean, here's the thing. Slater's a great center fielder, but Luis Matos was a guy that won the Gold Glove in the minor leagues.
Wow.
He's got a sick glove as well.
I wonder where they play him today.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yaz is like, what do you mean center field? That's mine.
Yeah, when I just hit a bomb.
Yes, made a running catch.
What do you guys want from me?
Made a running catch on some play.
I can't play?
FP Santangelo or Joe Rizzo said, that ball was hit hard into the gap, but Yaz got a great jump, made a catch. He said, Keaton Win must have turned around and said, oh, this is the big league.
Yeah, you got big league defenders behind you now, kid. Yeah, totally.
So, wow, it's exciting.
It is exciting.
Flat out, listen, to Farhan and Gabe, this is what we were looking for. This is our message to you. As the specials might say,
a message in the bottle, if you will.
Yeah, many messages.
I hope that Gabe gets my message.
This is what we're looking for. Something to get excited. It started with Casey Schmidt.
Yeah,
he's the one who put a juice in our little battery.
I'm still a fan.
Yeah,
I'm still a fan.
RBI knock last night.
Yep. I'm still on board.
So, wait, you're saying still on board? Like people are bailing after a month and a half?
We talked about how he's cooled off.
Come on, we got to go with him. I think he'd still be the most popular jersey if you gave a kid a choice between a Schmidt jersey and a Bailey jersey.
I'm gonna go ahead and say he's got to have the most popular look too. Something about the hair going all over the place. The whole, I don't know. There's a sincerity on that face.
I was trying to think too, but this Bailey kid is so real deal.
Well, he just looks like
joke.
No, he's got like a veteran thing going already.
When they drafted him, I wasn't studying the draft class like I should have as a paid sports talk host, but he wasn't like a sizzling prospect, was he? I mean, some people thought they reached a little bit for him, like he was maybe late first, early second. I don't know, but he's the real deal.
Yeah, he looks good.
Because you look at his player profile when he was drafted, he was kind of the opposite of Joey Bart. We all know that he was drafted for his bat, but Patrick Bailey was drafted for his glove. And that's the thing that stood out to me watching him in San Jose. The kid looked like a big league ready catcher already. But as we're getting hyped up for the prospects, we're talking about how excited we are for guys like Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt. I got to tell you guys, back in 2021 when I was going to all those San Jose Giants games, when Marco Luciano, Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, Kyle Harrison, all those guys were on the same team, Luis Matos was probably the best player on the field. And I'm getting hyped up like those Pat the Bat messages you were reading in the first segment.
I'd recommend people go to sfchronicle.com. It's not in the hard copy. It's on the digital copy. It's Susan Slusher's interview with Pat Burrell. Burrell's like...
Well, the best part about it is that Burrell's watching videos of this kid from years ago on his phone present day.
I mean...
He's like, let me show you what this kid did 2 years ago. I got the video right here.
Paul, you've been known to watch videos on your phone, but usually you're alone.
Either that, but it's generally when I do that, I close the bathroom door. I'm looking at beauty shots of different pizzas from around the country, believe it or not.
Here's some more quotes. Keaton Win. It's been awesome to watch Matos. He's 21. He's doing crazy things. He's unconscious, probably the hottest player. Casey Schmidt, quote, he's unbelievable. He can do everything on a baseball field. You're going to see highlights all the time.
All right, man.
No pressure, kid. Come on. That's almost too much, right? And then Burrell says the reason why he had a bad year in Eugene was he had a really bad quad strain. Quote, he was trying to tough it out. I don't think anyone knew how much it was affecting him. And then Matos says, once I realized there was no more pain, I could be myself. All I want this season is to be completely healthy. And that's what you're seeing is he hit, like I said, in AAA, Sacramento, 398 with 7 bombs in 23 games. And Casey Schmidt says the only difference is that he was hurt last year and he's not now.
Feeling good, ready to go. Let's see him, man.
Wow.
Big day today.
Guest list on a Wednesday, June 14.
Let's get into it. Flag Day, Murph.
6:14. Yes. Wave it high.
Flag Day.
Wave it high.
By the way, Sean Penn released a movie was it 2 years ago, by the very same name. It's called Flag Day. Have you seen it, Murph? With his kids. His kids are in the movie with him.
Darn it, no.
I've seen it. Not bad. He's a counterfeiter. Not a bad film. Check it out. Independent.
Not bad.
Flag Day.
His kid Hopper was my nephew's classmate in high school. He's named Hopper 4.
Well, this is my guy, Dennis Hopper. Yeah, one of the great giggles of all time.
Somebody actually asked on the text line for you to dig into the
sure,
the reading of the poem.
If you can keep your head when all about your losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you. I mean, I know I should have been a pair of ragged claws scuttling across floors of silent seas. I mean,
God bless Dennis Hopper. And God bless Sean Penn for having the good sense to say that, you know what, my son, he needs to be named Hopper, too. The more Hoppers, the better.
You know something, man? I know something that you don't know. That's right, Jack. The man is clear in his mind.
Shout out Apocalypse Now, Dennis Hopper. He didn't sleep for like a month. Yeah, he was out of his mind.
Oh, my God.
He's out of his mind.
And by the way, shout out to the Sugarland, Texas Mafia that came strong on the text line. 510-916-530 and 650 are all saying Sugarland is just outside of Houston. Houston to St. Louis, an easy 2-hour commute flight.
All right.
Louis Matos.
Sugarland.
An enjoyable short commute.
It's a Sugarland Wednesday on the Murph and Mac show.
I'm going to tell you, there was like a legendary high school football player from the 20th century named out of Sugarland, Texas. He was called the Sugarland Express. And there was
I love that. The Sugarland Express.
Sports Illustrated a huge story on him. He was considered to be the greatest high school football player, I think, of the 20th century.
Great nickname, too, man.
The Sugarland Express.
I love that.
Yeah, I'm going to get you a name on that one, too, by the way. Maybe, you know what? Maybe Luis Matos is the Sugarland Express.
I hope so. The 2.0.
Well, real quick, too, since we're talking Sugarland ball this morning.
Yes,
Paulie
we
Mac,
are.
Do you think the Sugarland Space Cowboys were inspired by Steve Miller saying, some people call me a space cowboy,
I'm going to go ahead and assume that was not a coincidence. I'm going to say that was by design.
Now I'm looking for the team called the Gangsters of Love.
Yeah, the Midnight Tokers.
Ken Hall, the Sugarland Express.
There it is.
Played for Sugarland High.
Ken Hall.
From 1950 to 53 and set 17 high school national football records, several of which still stand in 2023, dude. So shout out the Sugarland Express. I don't know, man. Sometimes stuff sticks in your head. And he quit. He got to A&M, and then Bear Bryant grinded him so hard at the Junction Boys thing, the guy quit and got married. How about that?
That's it. Couldn't do it anymore.
He's still alive.
Yeah.
See if we can get him on the show. Let's get the Sugarland Express, Ken Hall on the show.
I want to be Sugarland Express, man.
I know, right? Isn't that
just
great
works for me. Sounds like a jazz quintet. Tonight at the at Birdland, the Sugarland Express.
I mean, you've just heard it right now, but it's already one of the 50 best nicknames you've ever heard.
Great
ones,
one. Yeah, it really is sweet. Yeah. No pun.
What do we got, Waterboy, today?
All right, we got some early Giants day ball today, so we'll check in with Andrew Baggerly at 6:50 to talk about that trip from Luis Matos from Sugarland to St. Louis.
Early bags.
Yeah, I need some of those Louis rejoins, too, that are coming up. Do we go Louis or Luis? I don't know, but Matos.
Yeah.
Matos.
Yep.
Matos. Get used to it, kids. What numbers are you going to wear?
Ooh. That's a good question.
And by the way,
question.
Is this a short-time thing? Does he go back down when Haniger comes back?
That's a great question.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't know how soon you're going to see Haniger,
might
though.
be out for a while.
I
with
think
that
he is, Murph.
Forearm, yeah.
I mean, a fractured forearm. Yeah, I don't think it's going to. You won't see him
We'll
for
get
a while.
an injury update this morning from Bags at 6:50. Then we'll continue the Giants and Luis Matos talk this morning with Mike Kruko at 7:35.
Go Kruk.
Then we'll hop into our Power Hour. Big hit today, of course, talking some Bay Area baseball. Then a little cooler of content, and then Giants pregame starts this morning at 9:15.
At some point, we have to acknowledge the U.S. Open Golf Championship starts tomorrow at LA Country Club. That's kind of a big deal. So we used to, back when Copes was on the show, we did those. He got into it. Remember, we did the drafts, and then Copes even produced a green jacket.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he had props.
I don't know. So maybe we'll try to bring those back. All right. So that was a lot on the Giants, but we have to talk about what happened in the 510 yesterday. And I want to hear from you guys if you were there. 415-808-5627 is the text. 808 KNBR is the phone line. What a happening in Oakland yesterday. I want to hear about it, and we'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Padres. Thursday, June 22nd, first pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swinging a fair ball inside the third base line, and Siri's going to turn and make his way to second, and he has notions about third. He'll put the brakes on as Seth gets it back in. Crowd goes silent and now getting very loud at the Coliseum. Taylor Walls will now stand in for Tampa Bay. Rays trying to open the scoring, and Hogan can't hear with the pitch count because of the crowd, and now time is called. Things have gotten loud here, and this is certainly a new experience in 2023 at the Coliseum.
Man, what a scene. I'm telling you, if it was a movie, John Fisher grabs the mic and comes out and says, "I've seen the light. This is for the people." You are the people. I'm keeping the A's in Oakland and building a new stadium on the Coliseum site in 2025. Tears and hugs. Instead, in real life, the Nevada Assembly votes 13-8 to approve $380 million and passes it on to the Nevada Senate votes 13-8 and passes it on to the Assembly for final approval by the governor, which would then open the door to the A's moving. So, no movie, but still moving.
No movie over here.
I mean, listen, we got to talk about the A's fans in general.
Well,
I don't know.
I got respect.
They're a unique brand.
Yeah,
man.
I got a lot of respect for the A's fans.
And I think it's forged out of hardship.
And
you know
what
I mean?
fan base has ever taken abuse like this for this amount of time over the years? Like, the A's fan base has been getting jerked around for decades, literally for decades. And my hat's off to you guys. I like what you did last night. I really do.
Because of what they've... Even going back to the early Billy Bean days when they would build a team and then break it up.
Yeah.
Build a team and then break it up.
They did that over and over, and they would always be real, like 90-plus win teams, too.
And the story would be like, you can't, quote-unquote, you can't buy an A's jersey. Like, you went to Cespedes. You can't buy his jersey.
What about a Chavez? What if I want one of those?
I mean, take a look around at this year's All-Star voting. Guys like Matt Chapman, guys like Matt Olson. Like, there are
A's all over the place.
Dozens of A's players all over. Like,
littered.
We played against the Marlins earlier this year. There was Jesus Luzardo. There's AJ
Great
Puck.
call.
There's the prospects that they traded the Stars for, and they're in this never-ending cycle of getting prospects and rebuilding. Rebuilding for what?
Yeah.
Rebuilding for the next rebuild.
Great question. And there's all sorts of stuff happening. But what a busy day yesterday between the Giants story and everything. And we didn't even mention that. Like, it's just slipped in that the Giants are going to play a Field of Dreams game in Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama, the home of the Birmingham Black Barons in 2024. That's incredible. And by the way, can I ask Cumulus right now, can we broadcast from there?
Oh.
We need to go to the Field of Dreams game in Birmingham, Alabama. We need to.
I mean,
can we get a sales department? Just get a sponsor. That's
Tiffany,
all.
that means you. Sell that thing.
That's the right question.
Yeah, nice. See, Gabe wants us there.
I would also tell you this.
I want to see Gabe coming out of a field of corn so bad, bro. I want to see the big hands like parting the corn. Excuse me. Here, I'm going to step out now. I don't know what that force field to zap me.
I'm going to need to know if this corn is GMO or treated with pesticides.
Oh, dude, is this corn farm fresh or is this wild? And then he's going to say, there's so much potential there. Hey, Gabe coming out of the corn.
Maybe Marin Health will sponsor it because they sponsor us right now.
Look at you.
We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians and surgeons and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And because the Giants are in St. Louis, Woody, Kirk Reeder, coming out of the shed last night. He jumped in the radio booth last night with FP and Rizzo, and he's going to be on with Tolbert and Copes today.
I like how Estes was breaking his balls, too, on the TV broadcast, because at one point they said, they're like, we're going to check in with Woody, but he's scrambling to get back to his seat. Did you hear that?
No,
it was like probably around the 5th or 6th inning. And then Estes wastes no time. I'm going to say this is the Murph and Mack influence rubbing off on him now. Just jumps in riffing hard. Goes, well, he's probably out at the concession stand loading up on food.
Yeah. Well,
he couldn't make it back to his seat on time. Estes just taking shots. I'm like, damn, little M&M flavor on that one.
The M&M influence there for sure.
Little stank on that one.
I got to tell you right now, guys, I am entering radio summer because I am on the road a lot with the coaching and the All-Stars and all that. So I've been getting a lot of radio.
You got All-Stars games coming up like this? When are the games?
A week from Saturday is our first one.
All-Stars the greatest experience, isn't it?
But there's practice everywhere and there's driving around everywhere and there's this and that.
Yeah,
so
you're all over the place.
So I'm Rizzo and FP is my point.
Yeah.
So anything, you're going to have to fill me in on the TV stuff. Like you said, this
that's a nice takeaway. I'm telling you, Estes riffing on Woody was solid, man.
Okay, back to the theme of the segment, which is what happened in Oakland yesterday. And it's crazy. So I actually put on I said, give me the remote. Give me the remote. I got home in time. I talk about not watching TV, but I got home after the Giants game was over. And I said, Paulie, I want to watch this thing. This A's happening. Did you put on the A's game?
Only for a second, because I was more interested in catching the new Bill Walton installment.
Okay, well, that's cool.
Which I caught a good chunk of, but I took a look at it, yes.
Okay, well, Waterboy, did you go to it?
Oh, it was wall to wall.
Okay.
I watched the entire game.
I'll tell you a funny story. So my brother, whose birthday was yesterday, and he's done with baseball. He's pretty much,
Who is this, Murph?
Judge Kevin.
Okay, wow.
But we called him to wish him a happy birthday. He goes, I can't believe this. I'm here watching this A's World Series game. That's what he said. And he's like watching the Fall Classic.
Marcus referred to it as a World Series game this morning, too. Is that by design? Or?
Well, they were playing against the best team in baseball, the Tampa Bay Rays, and they had their biggest crowd of the season on a Tuesday night versus the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah.
By the way, we're encouraging phone calls. Tell Triple E to field these phone calls here at 808 KNBR if you were there last night. For example, 510 says, I made it in the middle of the first. Left my house in Oakland at 5:30. I live 14 minutes away in the Glenview neighborhood. Parking was a disaster.
I'm telling you.
But he says it was electric, awesome, loud, and felt like the 2019 wild card game. Do you know how many? They got 54,000 at that game. 54,000. Of all the fan bases, Warriors, Giants, A's, I mean, is there something? Are the A's fans the most hardcore fans in the Bay? Are they?
They're very maniacal. And of course, being a Raider fan, know a lot of fans who grew up Raiders, A's fans, so I feel like they're kind of cut from the same cloth. But if you get a good team in Oakland, people are going to show up, whether it's the Raiders, whether it's the Warriors, whether it is the A's. Like, there's a dedicated fan base there. So that's why I never bought into the BS that the fans were the problem.
Oh, no, the fans aren't the problem.
Fans are not the problem.
No, it's always been, there's something to, they've never had the owner, since Wally Haas, they've never had the owner who wants to go all in. Now, Steve Schott, he was okay. He wanted to go into a point. And now John Fisher, obviously another one.
When did Fisher take over, Murph?
It's a great question.
Right, give me roughly. Just give me a window. I can't.
I want to say late 00s, maybe.
Yeah, mid 2000s.
So this is post Big Three, like post Zito. Okay, so
but he was in present.
But they still had success then too.
Cespedes, Olsen, Chapman, on and on.
They were playoff teams.
408 says, I'm a lifelong Giants fan, but my boyfriend's an A's fan, and A's fans are some of the nicest and kindest ever.
Yeah.
I didn't go to the Coliseum for the first time until last year, and that was when I truly understood what being an A's fan was all about. That's a really sweet text, 408. I will say that as a Giants fan, I have experienced some hostility from A's fans.
And I just got in my ear, my headphones. 2005 is when he took over.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, we got Tom in Brentwood.
Okay.
Who says he was at the game last night. We're looking for boots on the ground.
Yeah, Tom
in Brentwood, you're on KNBR. Good morning, man. Were you there?
Hey, Murph and Mac, guys. Let me tell you, long-time listener, a first-time caller, never called into the station, but you guys got me motivated because there's a high I'm on still from last night.
Wow.
Absolutely. No, I've been going there since the 70s. Man, I could tell you about, you talk about your bad days with the Giants. I could tell you about Dave Revering. I could tell you about Jeff Newman. I could talk about Bob Lacey,
I remember these names, dude. I remember.
The dog
Are you
days.
you doing Steve Boros managing or what? Are we doing,
Oh, absolutely. Dude, absolutely. Guys, I'm your age. I'm 56. I lived, those ages just like you guys did. Yeah. But then, hey, you get Billy Ball in 81, and then it gets live. You know what I'm saying? Ricky Henderson comes in and all that stuff. And, just to see what this guy is doing to this team, this community, this group, it's a tragedy. It absolutely is, And, I wasn't even going to go last night. I'm just sitting around going, this is pathetic, saw the vote in Nevada and this and this. But as I kept thinking about it, I'm like, this is maybe my last chance to be with these people one last time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That one last moment in time.
Man, oh man, dude! And did it feel like a reunion or I don't want to say this word, but did it feel like a wake or something like that?
Like a farewell?
No,
yeah.
there was no wake about it. I mean, so many guys had creative signs that were rolling around the stadium, people high-fiving, people showing love. What was great was seeing the Kelly Green, just a field of Kelly Green, because, again, that goes back to the 70s. That's the roots. That's when they won the World Series back in the early 70s. Too young to really appreciate it at the time. I mean, my first memory was, getting rid of Reggie Jackson. That's my first real memory reading a newspaper, and there they goes. And unfortunately, that's kind of been their mantra, except for when the Haas family was there. And the Haas family proved what can be done. You put a good product on the field. I mean, think about the East Bay. We've, tripled, quadrupled in size since the 70s and 80s. Yeah. There are people to draw to go there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There is room. This is a two-team market. I agree. This is a one-team market. They're just out of their minds. You know what I mean? It shows you that, Fisher is a want-to-be business guy, but he's not a real business guy. A guy like Lakeup, he gets it done. I mean, there are groups of people willing to put up their money right now to do this.
Right.
Yep. And several groups, people with names, people with money. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this guy could double, triple his money and just walk away and maybe get the gap going again. I don't know, do something else.
Hey, Tom, man, great boots on the ground story. Thanks for calling in, man. Good to hear from you, dude.
Love Tom's attitude.
One last thing. I don't think I'm the right demographic anymore, dudes. I'm 56, just like you guys are, but hey, bring the culture, bring the music knowledge. We need it.
Tom, you're the man. Thanks for the
laughter of a Tom, bro. The laughter of a Tom in Brentwood. Does anybody remember laughter? The answer is yes. Tom in Brentwood does. Yes.
Oh, man. Oh, that's a great
That guy
call.
ruled.
Great call. Great call. On
And
the
by
laughter
the
and all
way,
that.
how
Hey,
beautifully set up was that? Where you're just like, yeah, A's fans, they're really good people. And then along comes Tom to just kind of underscore
I'm reading
that.
the Chronicle, and there's a quote from a guy, an A's fan named Greg Treviso, and he said, "We want to let them know the fans didn't abandon the A's. The ownership abandoned us."
I think everybody agrees with that point.
Where in the world is Oakland A's owner John Fisher?
See. And there's another quote from a guy named Gino Sonnen. He says, "If this is the last joyful occasion in this ballpark, it will crush me, but it might be."
Damn. A lot of great history in that yard. There's no getting around that, man.
All right. Well, that's what happened in Oakland. By the way, the mayor was out there. Sheng Tao, T-H-O. She was in the right field bleachers with the drummers. She was hanging out. So.
Nice.
Okay. So there's the A's story yesterday, but we got to get back. We are KNBR. It is the Giants, and Luis Matos is on his way to St. Louis. He's actually in St. Louis.
I would think so.
10:15 game this morning. Andy Baggerly with the Matos story next on the Sports Leader.
If you want to use the word anger, it wasn't directed at the players, and we felt the energy on their fans.
All right, everybody. Hey, Paulie Mack saying good morning, and thank you for listening to Murph and Mac. Let's talk about Father's Day. Let's talk about gift ideas. I got you covered right here, right now. Metallica Blackened Whiskey. Have you guys tried this? You've heard me talking about it. So first off, like I've said, the guys at Metallica, knowing what I know about these guys, they don't put their name on anything unless they've had their hands involved in the project and they're 100% behind it, and then they stamp it with their approval. And that's exactly what's going on with Blackened Whiskey. It is done in the spirit of innovation, honed by seasoned experts and distillers. Ultimately, what you've got there in your glass is a blend of the finest straight bourbon and rye whiskeys. It's uniquely finished, sonically enhanced, my favorite part, in the brandy casks with the Metallica playlist. So every bottle has a number, and you enter that number on Spotify, bam, there comes a playlist that your bottle listened to in the barrel. It's pretty cool. You can trace the whole history of it. Recently awarded a platinum medal, by the way, at the Ascot Awards. It's a great tasting whiskey and a great gift idea for Father's Day. Cover your old man. He's a Metallica fan. He likes a nice glass of whiskey like the rest of us. Hook him up on Father's Day with a nice bottle of Blackened. Blackened Whiskey is whiskey remastered. Check out the store locator on blackenedwhiskey.com to find a retailer near you.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
So one gone on the first offer to Luis Matos. He's crushed. Left field, Matajevic is back, and all he can do is watch it go. And the incredible run continues for Luis Matos. His 7th home run of the season.
Obviously noticed too was he came out of the game in Sacramento. Matos was one. Do you consider that he's a strong candidate to be here tomorrow?
Matos and VR are both on their way.
You anticipate they'll be active tomorrow?
I anticipate that one of them will be active and possibly both of them.
There it is, man.
Okay.
Things, as the great Mark Jackson said, things be changing at Golden State. Things are changing right before our eyes. And there it is. As the Kingsmen are singing to welcome him, Louis.
Very nice.
Louis Matos.
I see what you're doing.
In St. Louis, Missouri. Andy Baggerly in St. Louis, Missouri. May you cover an interesting team, Andy. And here it is. When Keaton Win hugged Pat Bailey at the end of the night last night, I was like, man, things are changing right before our eyes. And then, Andy, it gets even more dramatic today with the arrival of Luis Matos. Good morning to you. How are you, man?
Good morning. Doing well. How about you?
We're good. Everybody's excited. Like, there's things happening, right? I mean, wow. Tell us what you know about Luis Matos and his arrival in St. Louis.
Well, I mean, everyone was kind of clamoring for him. I mean, that's what happens when you hit 6 home runs in 6 games and you kind of hit your way out of AAA in the span of a month. And I think he was getting pretty close to really forcing the Giants to do something creative to get him on this roster. And the thing is, usually you don't have to do anything. You just have to wait a little while, and then an opportunity will open up. I mean, that's just how the season goes. And, when are we ever in a situation where the Giants suffer a pretty major injury to their highest priced free agent acquisition from last year of the 7 guys they signed. Mitch Haniger really started to look like he was putting some good at-bats together, and you really, really feel for him. He's just been kind of star-crossed, staying healthy in his career, freaky injury. Obviously nobody feels good about that. Nobody feels anything but sort of sympathy for him. But it's one hell of a bright silver lining that this is going to create some runway for Luis Matos. And if he does anything, bat to ball like he was doing, not only in Sacramento, to say it's like a flash in the pan month, but what he was doing at Richmond before that. I mean, drawing more walks than strikeouts. Now he's really impacting the baseball, plays a really premium center field. So, yeah, this is going to be pretty fun, pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah.
By the way, if you Google Luis Matos, there was a Major League Baseball player from 00 to 06 named Luis Matos who wound up being a manager. So you got to be careful when you talk your Luis Matoses. You got to go for the younger one, not the one born in 78. It's funny. Andy said kind of a larger theme. Like I mentioned, Keaton Win hugging Pat Bailey after last night. Casey Schmidt with an RBI knock. You can throw in Ryan Walker, Tristan Beck, other names. Wow. Did the theme of this season, while you mentioned the free agents they signed in the offseason, has been this rush of prospects. Is that, to you, surprising and or ahead of schedule?
Only surprising because the first 3 guys you mentioned were all in A-ball last year. They were in Eugene. And in the case of Bailey and Matos, didn't necessarily play their way out of the level at all. In fact, Matos struggled to hit 200 in A-ball last year. He wasn't healthy. But he really has taken to heart some changes with how he kind of attacks the strike zone. And once he did that, really, he is kind of a savant in terms of bat to ball. You don't want to make any comparisons, but, you watch him now swing, and he's got that sort of swing with the big follow-through where the bat hits the ground. And that looks like Adrian Beltre to me. He's not as strong or big as Beltre, but that's one guy that comes to mind when I watch him swing. And, the other guy that he has compared himself to, at least stylistically, is Ronald Acuna Jr. So, yeah, I think Giants fans will take some of that.
Wow. And by the way, a little background on him. I can't really find it. So was he signed – when did he sign as an undrafted free agent?
He signed to the same class as Luciano. He was really the sort of 1A guy after Luciano. Not a huge tools guy. He comes from a really, really small part of Venezuela on sort of the southern shores of Lake Maracaibo. Not a lot of players come from that area, so he wasn't really seen a whole lot. And the Giants were on him, but they really didn't focus in on him because the tools don't stand out. He doesn't have the Marco Luciano, body and hit the big towering, home runs. And he's not even really that much of a burner. He's just incredibly functionally fast. And so it wasn't until he got out, as a 15-year-old and started playing international competition. I think the Giants saw him at a tournament in Colombia, and they're like, you know what? You watch this guy for a week, and you begin to appreciate everything he does really well. And so they made him a signing priority. And I just talked to him last week. I went to Sacramento when the team was in Denver and had a nice interview with him, and that story's up on our site. So just very quiet guy, sort of. I don't know if I'd go to shy as much as just kind of reserved.
Yeah.
And but I'll tell you what, he says all he needs to say with his bat.
Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. You can read him in theathletic.com. And, of course, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. This Giants team that is a season-high 3 games over 500 with the bad news of Mitch Haniger's forearm fracture gets the energizing news of Luis Matos, the 21-year-old Venezuelan, getting called up from Sugarland AAA. Brought David VR with him, but we've already seen VR. This is news for Matos. Just kind of funny. So Matos was signed by the previous regime, Bobby Evans' regime, huh?
Yeah, you're right, and so is Keaton Win. He's a guy who was signed by the previous regime. In fact, they drafted him twice. They couldn't get him to sign the first time out of high school, and he's a guy who comes from, as we know, a very, very small town, even by Iowa standards, and they stayed on him, and then he went to Iowa Western College, and he really wanted to go to Mississippi State. That's where he wanted to go. That's where it was his baseball dream school, and it was a little bit of a twist of fate that the Giants were able to get him to sign the second time they drafted him because he was set. He was going to go to Mississippi State, and they had a scandal in their program where the coach admitted to being in an extramarital relationship with a member of the some member of the athletic department staff, and he resigned. kind of last minute, and Keaton wasn't sure if the new coach would honor his commitment. So in that kind of upheaval is how he came to realize that signing would be the best move for him. So, yeah, stars kind of aligned for that to happen. Had to wait a while because he had Tommy John surgery, obviously dealt with the pandemic year like everybody else. But, boy, for a 4-inning save in your Major League debut, and the save is an official statistic as of 1969. So since then, officially, he's the first Giant to get a save in his Major League debut. So that's and he did it about a 3.5-hour drive from his hometown of Ollie in Iowa. So that's pretty special.
Sort of Kirk Reeder vibes, by the way. So if this guy winds up being a mainstay for years, we have the butterfly effect of the Mississippi State guy stepping out on his marriage. That is how Keaton Win is like thriving. He gets on the Wall of Fame in 20 years, and he's like, I want to thank that guy for having an affair. Therefore, I checked my career, took a left turn.
Yeah, that's where it all started, right?
That's kind of nutty. But hey, that's how funny life
Butterfly
is.
effect,
the
good
ball
call.
bounces in funny ways. We're talking to Andy Baggerly. Giants get the win last night, 11-3. So many things happened. We were talking about like the Lamont Wade Flaherty dust up and the Brandon Crawford squeeze bunt are like 20th storylines of the night between the Haniger
Brandon
injury.
Crawford had his first sacrifice hit since 2014.
Hey, I heard
4,000 plate appearances in between, and I don't even think I mentioned it in my story last night. That's how eventful it was.
You should talk to FP at the batting cage this morning because he was saying a lot on the radio. He goes, you guys don't understand. If you haven't bunted since 2014 against a lefty, and he goes, that's hard. He's like, Crawford needs a lot more love for that bunt, and he's talking about it on the radio. So maybe a fun story to follow up on, which I'm sure you will, because you had that great story about his pitching data, which is now an ancient story as the Matos arrival comes. Go back to Matos for a second, Baggerly. I'm looking at, he's 5'11", 160. That's what he's listed at? That's tiny.
Very tiny, very light.
Yeah. He's put on some weight since then. He really hasn't filled out maybe the way the Giants thought. He's still, not really a big dude at all. But he's obviously pretty strong. He can drive the baseball, and his swing mechanics are just so perfect that he's able to barrel the ball, and when he does it goes. And but hitting home runs isn't really his game. I don't think he's a guy who's going to hit 25 plus homers in the big leagues. He's more a guy who probably hit 300 plus, and if he's, obviously that's hard to do in the big leagues, but he's capable of it. And, if he hits you, I'll tell you what, if he really hits, I think his ceiling is the guy who gives you 40 doubles and 15 homers and steals you some bases and plays a premium center field. That's a pretty valuable player to have.
Is he kind of in an ideal world? Let's say he hits. I mean, it's a long way to go. There's no guarantee. But if he hits, is he a top of the order guy? Is that it?
Very well could be, especially if he's drawing walks. He really did not draw hardly any walks at all in the low minors, so I don't know if he'd be a perfect candidate for that. But yeah, as a guy who could be a table setter, if he's if he's striking out as often as he's walking, that's definitely a guy you'd want at the top.
Just real quick on walks on another guy, a guy who seems like an ancient veteran now, Casey Schmidt. God, he was the shiny toy 1 month ago, and now it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. But he just won't draw a walk. He just won't, right? 2 more strikeouts last night. He did get a knock. He puts the ball in play with runners in scoring position, which he gets credit for. But is this reaching epidemic levels for the Giants franchise?
It's in a crisis, yeah.
About, hey, dude, can you grind out one for us? Just one?
Well, I think sometimes you let someone be who they are, and then if they sort of need to adjust, maybe sometimes you need to have it shown to you, demonstrated to you at the big league level, and then it really hits home. That's not to say that Casey's stubborn or it's impossible for him to kind of make some headway on being a little less aggressive. But they also want him ready to hit the first pitch. They want him ready to hit a mistake, and he obviously is someone who can put a charge in it and impact the baseball. So, it's tough because you want him to evolve as a hitter, but you don't want to take away the things that make him so good. So, if this is sort of, I guess they talk all the time about development at the major league level. This is the last level of development. You don't arrive a finished product in nice shrink wrap packaging ready to be a great major league player. I mean, there's struggle and there's development here too. And when you call up young players, you have to be ready for that. You have to be ready to allow them some room to fail sometimes. And, right now he's someone who, when you play him, you're going to get a defensive component that's going to help you win a game. most likely. And, like you said, he still can, will get his hits because he is, he's going to get the bat on the ball. But, tightening up that strike zone, not swinging at the pitches away off the plate, he can get to the ball in. So I think that's where pitchers are attacking him now and is away. And it's going to be up to him to make an adjustment because I think it's, he has the highest chase rate, I think, in the major leagues behind maybe Eddie Rosario right now. So he'll have to tighten that up. Definitely. No question. Yeah. But, for now, he's someone who's given the team a spark. I think, they certainly don't regret calling him up. But I'll tell you what, Brandon Crawford has very quickly gone back to being sort of the top option at shortstop because he's starting to hit a little bit too.
Yeah, the great story of Crawford. Now 1 for 3 last night, up to 205 off the interstate.
Yep.
But we had a funny texter who said, should we call him Chasey Schmidt? Chasey Schmidt, right? Get it? Chasey?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
All right. We love the kid. Hey, this Patrick Bailey situation. My gosh, 323. His OPS is what, up above? Gosh, is it above 900? He's out here calling games like he's a baby Buster. He might be exceeding expectations. I want to go all the way back to like draft day. Was he that sizzling hot of a prospect at NC State? Was he that coveted? It's my memory that the Giants were believed to have reached a little early for him. Is that your memory?
I think he was seen as a back of the first round talent. Maybe he was drafted a couple spots ahead where a lot of the draft boards had him or the different prognosticators might have had him, but not by much. I mean, if it was only by a little bit.
Okay, so he was a first rounder.
But they did sign him for, I believe they signed him for slightly under slot bonus. Not by a ton again, but I think it was by a little bit. And that's, one sort of trickle in the I guess the coffers that allowed them to go way over slot and sign their third round pick, which, and all these rookies, we haven't talked about Kyle Harrison. We haven't seen him yet, but we know what kind of impact he can have. So I think it's kind of funny. We've got Win, we've got Schmidt, we've got Bailey. Now we've got Matos and we still haven't seen the guy the rookie that we thought would make the biggest impact on this team this year. And which isn't to say he won't, but he's close. That's for sure.
That is funny. And then just one more name, and he's not a rookie, but he's a guy I loved when he was on the Braves. And then when he signed, I liked him, even though I knew he was going to be a delayed arrival. And then we had him in Scottsdale. He's a great personality. And last night he had a scoreless inning with 3 strikeouts. Luke Jackson. I'm wondering, do they envision this guy, if they continue to stay in the playoff hunt, Andy, we're talking Andy Baggerly, wrapping up, letting him go to the ballpark here, and that is, do they see him as like a late inning, like 8th inning guy? More like, because he's nasty.
Luke Jackson.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't know. I don't know how they're thinking about their sort of setup or leverage options behind Camilo Doval. I don't know necessarily that they're going to, line him up like Boch used to when he'd have, Scott Linebrink behind Trevor Hoffman every single time, nice. or Romo and Lopez, and the part of that's the 3-batter rule. And I think you have to be really targeted to pockets of the lineup and where the lineup is, because, it's trickier to make sure you get as many matchups as you want with that 3-batter rule. And I think that they're, Taylor Rogers signed a 3-year, $30 million contract, and they've brought him into the 3rd inning, So I think that you don't necessarily prescribe roles to these guys beyond Camilo Doval, obviously. And I think it's going to be highly, highly dependent but what on where the lineup is for the opponent and what kind of strengths that lineup has. And really, that's when you have that many leverage options that you can turn to, and they've got, basically almost everybody down there is one at this point, or is pitching well enough to be considered one. That just allows you to be so surgical with how you approach those 6th, 7th, 8th innings. And I think that's probably the way that the Giants will continue until maybe some guys struggle and other guys really, really show that they're, far superior. And then maybe you get into more of a traditional, 7th inning guy, 8th inning guy. But for now, I think it's just, hey, we're going to take the best matchups and go get them.
Man, exciting times. Yeah, you're covering a team that's just got a lot of news around it. And Matos today, we'll see the lineup get posted. I'm guessing he'll be in the lineup. That's usually when they fly a guy in, they just want to throw him right out there, right?
Oh, boy. You know what? My brain is fried. I'm pretty sure the Cardinals have a lefty today. Is that right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, Jordan Montgomery. Mm-hmm.
I would think so, just because, your outfield now, you've got Slater who's right-handed. You don't have Haniger, so you got Matos who's right-handed. Everybody else is lefties. So you've got, Yaz, you've got Conforto. So I would think that Matos will be in there today. And I think one of the reasons they hustled those guys out of the game in Texas so fast last night is because the Twitter sleuths are so good at the commercial airlines these days. I guess there was a flight that left around 10 p.m. that got in a little before midnight from Houston to St. Louis. So if they could get those guys in last night and not have to hustle them in, at daybreak for a 12 o'clock game today, then maybe they'll actually be able to rub some sleep out of their eyes and be ready to hit too. So I'd assume we'll see Matos in there.
And listen, I know it's just June baseball, but this is a really exciting time for the Giants and their fans. And then going into this week of Dodgers, Diamondbacks, Padres. I mean, I know it's June, but it's pretty good. Like good storylines. You must be you're pretty psyched for a good week of storylines coming up.
I am, but I got to finish packing my bag, check out of my hotel, and the clubhouse opens in 45 minutes. So
get them bags.
Go.
Thanks,
off you
buddy.
go.
Okay,
Andy Baggerly, off he goes. All right. Mike Krukow at 7:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, it's a Wednesday morning in the Bay Area. Beautiful, well, foggy for now. Sun's going to make an appearance a little bit later on. You know who's making an appearance right now? My good friend Steve Moskowitz. He joins us on the Murph and Max Show. We talk to him every morning. Great ERC tips, great advice when you don't have the money to pay your taxes. And we'll see what's on the agenda today. Steve, what's on your mind, buddy? Good morning.
Good morning, Paulie. And I'm looking forward to getting your clients, your listeners, a lot of potential money if they qualify for ERC.
Okay.
This is where the federal government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee that employer had during 2020 and 21 if you qualify. And this is so vitally important. We're seeing even a different type of case now where people received ERC checks, but they didn't get the full amount to which they were entitled. Sometimes people preparing them skip over certain areas. We had one as recently as yesterday. So the bottom line is, even if you got your ERC check, talk to us. And if your CPA told you your gross revenue didn't go down enough, there's an alternative method. Bottom line is, talk to us, and let's make sure you get the maximum to which you're legally entitled.
I love it. See, that's what Steve Moskowitz is all about. He'll work to his maximal potential to get you the biggest return in your ERC possibilities. Don't leave anything on the table. Talk to Steve directly about it at 1-888 Tax Deal and visit Steve Moskowitz online at moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, that's it. 2 simple words. Fisher sucks. And it was said loud and proud by 27,759 last night.
And good for Marcus, punctuating with some protest music from Rage Against the Machine, one of the great protest bands of the modern era, if I may.
Hey, man, we're due for a good protest, right?
You know what I mean? Shout out to Tom Morello on guitar. The guy's a madman.
Was not this nation founded on dissent, my friend?
Well, they had the Boston Tea Party. They threw everything in the water, and they went from there, Murph. That was
Next thing you know, you're at the A's game wearing chanting Fisher sucks.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
Totally. Next thing you know, Tom from Campbell's checking in.
Yeah,
who was tremendous, by the way.
7 o'clock crowd. If you were out there last night, give us a call. 808-KNBR.
I like what you guys did.
808-KNBR. And if you want to thumb it out on the text line, 415-808-5627 is the number. And I wound up watching this thing like it was a playoff game.
Right.
Honestly, I mean, you want to know how many A's games I watched this year, buddy? Cero, as they say in Espanol. Cero. Dude, I've watched none.
Zero the hero.
I'd have trouble naming 4 A's other than Esteri Ruiz.
Well, you and me
Shea
both.
Langler's.
No, I haven't seen a lot of A's ball this year. Frankly, it's depressing when you check in on A's games, generally speaking. I know they're hot right now, and I'm glad they're winning games and they're on a streak. That's great. And I'm really happy what the fans did last night. The turnout was great. I'm not just, this is not a riff, Murph. I really do have to wonder why it was so difficult to get in last night, because I know a lot of fans had problems with
I think
traffic.
there's some fans trying to get in right now.
I'm telling you what, dude. Cue up the Beasties for a little. I'm telling all of y'all, it's sabotage. I know you planned it. I'm going to set it straight. This Watergate.
They don't have the infrastructure. They just don't.
Well,
they don't spend
I think
on
that's
it
what they
and all
want
that
you to
stuff.
think, but I think that they probably could have done better.
If you recall, 2 years ago when the Murphy family went out.
Of course I remember this.
And
yes.
this wound up being a big KNBR digital campaign when Copes layered the Curb Your Enthusiasm music over me. Remember?
They don't staff up correctly. Yes, of course.
We suggested sabotage back then.
And you were all stressed out, and you're on TV, you're eating fries.
What happened was so just to feel your pain, A's fans, Giants-A's game Saturday night about 2 years ago, big interleague game, post-COVID, we finally got to go to the games. So we were got within about a quarter of a mile.
That's the worst part, when you're right there and you still can't get in.
5:45, like first pitch was like 7:15. Dude, 7:15 comes, we're still a quarter mile. Unbelievable. I wound up texting Dave Fleming saying, hey, Flem, just so you know, there's thousands, because I said, you might want to tell the broadcast, there's thousands of us out here. And he made it that bit on the air. He's like, Brian Murphy from KNBR is stuck out there. He's like, Murph, keep us posted. Remember, so I third inning, I'm like, we're still out here. Fourth inning, we're still out here. He's like, Murph is still out there.
I'm telling you,
man. And then we got in bottom of the fifth. We ran in bottom of the fifth, and they put the cameras on us right as Crawford hit a comebacker with the bases loaded, and they cut to me, and I was looking sad. And
I'm telling you, if you restrict restrict the entrance points, that just basically that allows them to say, see, we told you, we can't run a team, and this kind of can.
That's not the story, though, last night. The story was the fans.
It was.
The people.
Yeah.
And what they meant. And the story is that it's never been a fan base issue. Although preschool dad Peter would tell you otherwise. He's like, A's fans suck. They don't support their team, blah, blah, blah.
Well, no, they will. I mean, they will if
We've never had a Giants situation where they tear down teams like this. I'm telling you, Giants fans will react the same way.
Any baseball fan would. Any town would.
There's no city, New York.
No, they burned the place down years ago. They would have burned it to the ground.
I mean, Yankee Stadium was not always, I'll have to look at attendance through the years, but yeah, if an ownership is tearing down teams every 3 years, fans aren't going to go.
It's honestly, it's an abusive relationship, and I can't blame A's fans for not wanting to shell out any more money to go support this thing. I get it. I really do. I get it. And just to show, like, the owners, hey, look, when we want to come out, we'll come out, and we're here, but we can't participate in this broken thing that you guys are doing anymore. And all this comes on the heels of the Vegas guys approving the vote, too, so it was a tough night in that respect.
But that said, it was like the place, there's no baseball place like it. Like Steve Berman of The Athletic called it the last dive bar. I mean, there really is no place like that Coliseum when it gets rocking. And it was rocking last night.
They can make some noise in there, man.
And so here's what was going on. The quote-unquote reverse boycott. Did you see what John Fisher and Dave Cavell did? They announced that all the revenue from last night is going to the Alameda Community Food Bank. Alameda County Community Food Bank.
Oh, it's a good organization.
And then the fans got upset because they said, you're taking our gesture and trying to make yourself look good. But in the end, the money's going to the right place.
Which is a great cause.
Yeah,
I can vouch for that.
$811,000.
Yeah.
So anyway, here's the organizer of this whole thing. Guy's name is Stu Clary. And he thinks Giants fans should actually care about this situation.
Okay.
It's resonated, it struck a chord, and not just with A's fans, but with fans all over Major League Baseball. I mean, I'm old enough to remember in the early 90s, the Giants were 1 foot out the door. They were in Tampa Bay. So it could happen to us. It could happen to the Giants. It could happen to almost every club in baseball. The Giants were very nearly the Tampa Giants. It could happen. I mean, the Giants have a beautiful ballpark at McCovey Cove, but it's 20-something years old now. Before long, it's going to be old and passé. Grass could be greener somewhere else. And so if it could happen to us, it could happen to you. It could happen to anybody. As an A's fan, I did some minor work in the early 90s trying to help the Giants get a ballpark. I understand the benefit of having two teams in the market, and we'll lose out on, the whole community loses out on something special if the A's leave.
Well, he's right that the Giants were 1 foot out the door in 1992. Then what happened was the best possible owners bottom.
That's what the A's need, but that's a scenario that doesn't look like they want to happen, because if you had a guy like Joe Lacob at the helm making appropriate decisions and good decisions for this team, he could give it a facelift. They could bring this thing back up, but I don't think Fisher wants that to happen. I don't think he wants a good ownership group to come in, unfortunately. And I agree. Listen, I've always been a Giants fan who said, listen, I want the A's to do well. It's good for baseball. It's good for the Bay Area. And it's just good for the overall vibe of...
It gets you competitive. It makes you want to keep up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Iron sharpens iron. So, I mean, McGowan and that group are exactly what you want in an owner. I mean, you can get mad at whatever. They didn't get Judge or Correa. By the way, Correa with a walk-off bomb last night. He's heating up. But
I'm still waiting for that interview, Marcus. I got up on my vacation to hear it. I'm still waiting.
He's right. That fan, Stu Clary, who was talking, it could happen to you. But it would only happen to the Giants if indeed, I don't know, somehow, some way, the Giants, Larry Bear and the Burns family and the Johnson family decide to sell, which I don't think is going to happen.
I don't see anything like that happening.
Situation. They got a bad break when Fisher bought the team, man.
Yeah, big time bad break.
This happens all over the country. Dan Snyder in Washington, or Art Modell leaving Cleveland.
Let me ask you this though, Murph. If Fisher bought this team, when he bought this team, do you think he had the best intentions, or do you think he thought, I'm just going to back off this thing and let whatever happens, and maybe I can flip it?
I mean, he might be saying,
because I don't even know what he was trying to.
Like John. Let's pretend John Fisher's not an evil man. Like he's not like.
Well, we could pretend
the Grinch who's trying to crush me, or Mr. Potter from whatever. It's a Wonderful Life,
right?
But
right.
Let's just say he's not evil, and let's say his attitude would be like, I'm a businessman, and right now Oakland's a dying market. Businesses are leaving Oakland. There's a crime problem. Las Vegas is a growing market. It's got more upside. So that's why I'm doing this, guys. A's fans would tell you, no, that's not true. Yes, Oakland has a business problem. Yes, Oakland has a crime problem. But the fan base is here, baby, and we will come.
The fans are definitely there.
I think the fans are saying to Fisher, it's pretty simple. If you put a winner on the field, we'll come.
And if they had a nice ballpark, too, like a 35,000 seat yard, they would definitely be drawn.
Yeah, but we saw it in 2019 when they made the playoffs. The Coliseum was sold out, and that's the bottom line. Since John Fisher has taken over as an owner, he has not handed out one big contract. He's not bringing in a single free agent. The team is consistently the lowest payroll in all of baseball. It's a joke.
I would say, by the way, the only thing that guy Stu was wrong on is I think Oracle Park or Pac Bell Park or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I think it has that Wrigley Fenway eternity quality to it. He's like, it's getting a little old now. I'm like, no, dude, that's the 3 words there. Location, location, location. It's in such a sweet spot. It'll never get old. That's my opinion. But anyway, here's the guy who runs they call themselves the Oakland 68s because the A's moved here in 68. So they formed a group called the 68s. I was telling Triple E in the coffee room, it's a good thing the A's didn't move here in 1969.
Well, listen, I gave you the Tyson.
We might have a whole other thing going on.
Yeah, listen, you seem really happy with that riff, too. Look how happy he is. Yeah. He likes that.
The guy's name is the Oakland 68.
Okay.
Very careful here.
You know what I mean?
His name's Anson Cancanares. Here's his personal message to John Fisher.
Is there anything you want to say to John Fisher personally? Sell the team. What are you doing? Why are you here? You don't care about us. You don't care about the city. You don't care about the fans. You don't care about the team. Like, dog, you don't even invest in your roster. Why is it that the highest paid player was Eric Chavez? Eric Chavez. Like, what are we doing here? Invest in your team. Or just sell it to someone who cares. Just make a profit. You can dip out. We won't care. I will literally, drive you out to the airport. Hey, thank you for your service. I don't care. All I care about personally is these kids that can experience the same experience that I had as a kid.
Yeah.
And meeting people in this Coliseum, meeting fellow A's fans, building this community, building the civic pride that they're gonna leave. It's a tragedy that a billionaire owner can just take a baseball team and just rip them out the city like that.
This dude that guy hit about 8 talking points there. He was lights out.
At one point, he dropped in a dog, too. He goes, listen, dog.
He also dropped a dip. You can dip.
Is Fisher, where would you put Fisher on worst Bay Area owners of all time? All-time list now. He's got to be he's got to be.
He's in a war with my man Chris Cohan.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
All right.
That's a good one now.
Cohan was brutal.
That was a black hole, too.
Sorry, Raymond. Yeah. I apologize.
Well, Raymond, that was some tough years. You know that.
But Fisher... Yeah.
Fisher's up there, bro.
I'm trying to think through the years. The A's, Charlie Finley was a nut, but he won some World Series, and he tried to sell the whole team after that. Then you go I
think even with Cohan,
don't even mention it.
Oh.
Although he left twice.
I'll do it again. I'll leave Vegas twice, too. Watch.
Actually, it's Mark who left, right? I know we got to get going here because we got to get to Kruk, and we're looking forward to it. But now my man Anson hit about 8 points. He's like, why are you in this? Why?
It's a
if
great
you're not
question.
investing
Why
in
bother?
your team? Why don't you?
Yeah. Just to be a D?
Yeah.
I'm in it for just to be a complete D.
And what he said, I want these kids. By the way, you could hear the party going on behind
Yeah, with the
him.
drums and everything. Yeah.
And he said, I want kids to experience what I like. We have somebody texted in from the 209 says that seeing the game last night reminded him of being a kid in Walnut Creek in the early 2000s at his grandparents' house throwing tennis balls against a wall listening to A's games.
Now, that's a memory we can all kind of get behind right there.
So anyway, we'll continue on this. Hey, we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. And Mike Krukow next on the Sports Center.
Where in the world is Oakland A's owner John Fisher?
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Padres. Thursday, June 22nd, first pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Gone.
Sponsored by your NorCal Honda dealers. Check out the new models that are arriving daily. Buy or reserve yours today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, I want to remind you, more Giants talk coming when Kirk Reed or Woody goes on the air with Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. There's about 50 million things to talk about with the Giants right now. Obviously, the call-up of Luis Matos is the big one. But they got an 11-3 win. They're 3 games over for the first time all season. Mitch Haniger fractured his forearm. He's out for a long time. Keaton Win made his Major League debut last night. Lamont Wade and Jack Flaherty got into a skirmish. Brandon Crawford dropped down a squeeze. I mean, my gosh, Mike, about 10 million things, but most of all, a win. And Matos, and good morning. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, indeed, a lot going on. But the injury. I mean, that's the thing that just kind of punches you in the stomach. It's always a part of the game. It's a part of the game you don't like. For whatever reason, Haniger just he can't avoid it. And that was the one negative walking out of the ballpark last night. I mean, J.D. Davis, he may go on the IL. I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that he has a small strain on his ankle, and they'll know more about it today when he gets to the ballpark. But I mean, all in all, I mean they're playing great baseball, and they got contribution coming from everywhere. And the most important thing about all this is they got contribution coming out of the minor league system. And that feels amazing, not just with the bats, with the arms, every part of it. And this club they can take on an injury.
Yes, I got you, Mike. If you need to clear the throat a little bit there, this is a situation where in the past several years, if they had an injury like this, it might be devastating because there's nobody to call up. And there's no guarantee that Matos is going to be great. But this is a situation where a bad break to Haniger, Gabe Kapler says, I think it's all right to talk about that silver lining.
Well, yeah, only because of what you've seen. The last month, ever since Matos has got to AAA, and really you go back to the start of the year. I mean, he's been doing this in AA. And, we've been waiting for this guy. I'll never forget when Pat Burrell, who's one of the really great coaches in the Giants system, and he's got an old school eye. He looks for things a little differently. I mean, and which is you have to have guys like that. It can't be all new age coaches. You have to have a guy who's been in the trenches in the big leagues for a long time and can appreciate talent, and he sees it, and he sees it at a young level. Not just players, he sees pitchers as well. And a conversation with him is always enlightening. But he's been talking about Matos, since day one. When everybody was talking about Luciano and everybody's talking about this guy and that guy and this guy, he kept going, Matos, this is going to be the guy. And then this kid started getting hit with injuries, big injuries, and it really kind of curtailed his growth. And this year he shows up, and now he's got some man-sized strength. I know he's only 21, but he's strong, and now he's healthy, and now he's doing what Burrell said he was going to do, and now all of a sudden he's going through the minor league system where you can't keep this guy off the field. So I'm really looking forward to his at bats, and I think the Giants fans are too. And but in a little different way than the way we were looking for the arrival of Casey Schmidt and the arrival of Patrick Bailey. It's just exciting, and it's just the same type of shot in the arm you got when Pablo Sandoval was coming up, and when Posey was coming up, and when Bumgarner was coming up, and Kane was coming up. They had reputation before they got to the front door, and now they're walking through the clubhouse for the first time as a big league player. And guess what? There's not just curiosity; there's expectation, and that's the difference between now and the last couple of years.
Yeah, what a scene. I mean, everything's just like a ton of energy happening around this club. And as they get to the highest point in the season, 3 games over 500, 35 and 32. And by the way, you don't have to wait long. 12:15 first pitch, 10:15 first pitch, 12:15 in St. Louis. 10:15 first pitch with is Jordan Montgomery, a lefty, for the Cardinals, which would make it easy to play a right-handed hitting Matos. Tony DeSclafani going for the Giants at 10:15 this morning. Then they're off Thursday, then at the Dodgers, and then the Diamondbacks and the Padres. So, Mike, it's not just that all these youngsters are coming up. I know it's June, but after this game today, and we're going to talk to you Friday morning, they got a big stretch. Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks coming up. So
yeah, tough.
It's almost like just like a real exciting time.
It is.
Yeah, we've been saying that a lot this year. I mean, this new schedule, it just seems like, every week you've got big series. You've got big chances to fail. You've got big chances to just flat out pee the bed. But they haven't done it. Even you're going into St. Louis, and I know they're in last place, but I don't care about that.
Yeah.
It's the damn Cardinals. I mean, you got to play good ball, and they're doing it. And then they've won another series against the Cardinals. They whomped them here in San Francisco, and they're doing it in St. Louis, which is not an easy thing to do. And not only that, but look, I mean, I don't know how they're going to do today, but they've won the series. They obviously have momentum going into LA, and it's just one big series after another. I love the new schedule, and you better be good. You better have some depth. You better have some talent, or you can go in a tailspin in a hurry. And I don't sense that happening with this club. Even when they lost the series over the weekend to the Cubs, they're still playing good ball. They still could have won games. And then on the last game of the season, or of the series rather, they just broke out the bats and the whooping stick, and then they beat the Cubs, and then they brought momentum into St. Louis. So I like everything I'm seeing about this club.
Back to Matos for just a second here, Mike. We just talked to Andy Baggerly before you, and he was giving us vivid descriptions, like you said, about Pat Burrell. It's interesting. He's only 5'11", a little north of 160, 170.
He's light, Mike, yeah.
Yeah, but he, like, I hate to even say the name, but they were talking Acuna type of skill set. There's a lot going on here, Mike, and he was signed under, by the way, the Bobby Evans regime in the same class with Marco Luciano. So, just kind of looking at sort of a whip, I don't know, wiry, is that the word? Or, I don't know, but so he's not a big, gigantic dude, is my point, I guess.
Yeah, but you don't have to be in baseball. I think 5'11" really is the perfect height. After that, your arms get a little too long. You don't have quite the bat speed middle in. What you look at with this guy is the effort that he has in order to generate bat speed. And he doesn't overswing. The bat speed is exceptional, and it comes pretty easily. And that's the thing that catches your eye. And, you can understand the comparisons to Acuna because he has the same hand speed. I think it's unfair to say, he has his game yet. He has a lot to prove. But he is definitely a guy that you look and you say, that skill set applies to the big league level. Look, what's the first thing they do when a new guy gets to the big leagues? First thing they do is they see if they can hit the inside fastball. If he can't hit that, they don't have to go anywhere else. And he won't last long. But if he can hit it, then all of a sudden now you have to go away, soft stuff, and then you have to back him up and going in, knock him back. And then you find out, well, does he stay in the strike zone? Is he over-aggressive? And we're watching it happen right now with Casey Schmidt. Had first 100 at-bats. He had one walk. Well, now they're taking advantage of that a little bit. So he has to adjust back. So when you anticipate what a talent like Matos is and how he's going to apply his talent up here, you see him, well, he can hit the inside pitch. He's a guy that can expand and he can make contact. He's learning plate discipline. So all of these things, he's learned in his young career, and we think he's ready, and the Giants think he's ready. Anybody who's seen this kid walk through the minor leagues, and certainly what he's done this year, just blowing right through AA and AAA ball, you're thinking, this guy's ready. So we'll see it tonight. He'll be in the lineup today, or I should say today, 12:15.
Yeah,
10:15.
Yeah, we haven't seen the lineup yet, but you'd almost think he would for sure, right? It's something to calling up a guy and putting him in right away, right? There's something psychological there.
Yeah, you know what? You're not going to let a kid like this go up here and sit on the bench. There's just no way. He's got to play.
All right.
The numbers he's put up here. He's hit 6 home runs here in the last week. He's on fire. And at 21 years old, that's how you want him walking in, thinking that they're the baddest dude on the hill, and that's he's going to play.
Yeah, it's exciting as heck. We'll wait for the lineup. Could come any minute now. We're talking to Mike Krukow as the Giants get an 11-3 win last night in St. Louis. They're 35-32, 3 games over. Bad news: Mitch Haniger fractures his right forearm. The good news is it opens the door for Luis Matos to get called up after hitting 398 in 24 games in Sacramento. You know what's funny, Mike? I know people who quote-unquote rank prospects is sort of it's almost like I was thinking like giving a best picture award to a piece of art is crazy because all these movies are good. Why? I guess it's a tortured analogy, but I'm saying it's hard to kind of rank different players. It's interesting is that Matos was ranked 7th in the Giants' 30th prospect list. I'm like, wait a minute. So Kyle Harrison was 1, Marco Luciano 2. They still considered Casey Schmidt a prospect at 3, Grant McCray 4, Vaughn Brown 5, a pitcher named Averson Arteaga 6, and then Matos 7. So I don't know who makes the rankings, but he was only number 7. Mike.
7th. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's such a crapshoot with baseball. I mean, you don't know. I mean, yeah, but look, you go down there and you take a look at their numbers, and you take a look at their on-base percentage and slugging percentage. You take a look at their walk rate compared to strikeouts. Do they walk more than they strike? I mean, there's some indicators, but I mean, it always gets down to the eye test. It really does. When you see somebody who has above-average hand speed, when you have somebody that has above-average arm speed as a pitcher, leg speed. I mean, it's physical ability. When that starts to jump off the page, that's what stands out. And rare that you see somebody that's just completely symmetrical with their ability. You know, a pure 5-tool guy. It just doesn't happen very often. Usually a guy gets up here and, he's got 3 or 4 of the tools and you get excited. But when you see a guy who legitimately has 5 above-average tools, you can allow yourself to be a little excited about it. And Matos is one of those guys. And certainly when you see Kyle Harrison throw and you see the ease with which the ball comes out of his hand and you see the explosion as it gets up to the hitter and you see the swing and miss, well, you get excited about that. Now, he still has some polish. Yeah, he still throws too many balls and he walks too many. But, that – you think, well, I mean, maybe he can just kind of overcome that. You get up around big league coaches and you get up around big league players in that bullpen and you talk to other pitchers and all of a sudden now, guess what? You've ironed a few things out. Well, then, yeah, you do. You do make that forecast good. And but look, if you're in the top 30, you really do have a chance to play in the big leagues.
Yeah, the rest of it is just kind of weird rankings and all that. So anyway, number 7 coming up, and we'll do that. Hey, we can't let you go without talking about Keaton Win. There's another kid.
Yeah, that's right. Another
Mike,
great story.
When Keaton Win hugged Pat Bailey to end the game last night, I was like, man, things are changing.
The future is now.
There's 2 guys that we never saw. So 4 innings, he gets a save, even though it's a blowout, and he's the first pitcher ever to get a 4-inning save in his major league debut, some stat like that. So he looked good. He looked comfortable. He had the classic family there in from nearby rural Illinois cheering him on. So cool. Yet another story, Mike. I think
it was Iowa, wasn't it? He comes from a town of 201 people.
That's right. Iowa.
So when he leaves town, man, he's missed.
I think Andy Baggerly wrote, hopefully somebody stayed back to feed the dogs is what he wrote. But what did you see with Win? What kind of pitcher?
Well, first of all, he had command of the fastball up and down. I mean, he was pounding knees. And the other thing, too, is he was throwing that split behind the count. I thought, well, when you're geeked up on adrenaline, there are certain pitches that are more difficult to throw. They're more difficult to put in the strike zone because you're overthrowing them. Curveballs are very temperamental with adrenaline. They don't work. And splits are right in that category. And anybody that gets up there and makes their debut, and that's what you're looking at, because that the adrenaline is surging. And I thought his ability to command and be composed and control that split, I thought that were the highlights of the outing. And, I will say the same thing when you see, Matos today. I mean, it's so easy to overswing. It's so easy to get pull happy. It's so easy to get distracted, trying to hit, home runs, and you're not completely relaxed to be able, because baseball, you can't play it geeked up. It's not like football.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not like any other sport. I mean, you have to be relaxed. So what I saw last night with Win was a guy who had, he had control. And for a guy who forecasts to be a guy who is going to be a high leverage guy in that pen, that's important. And his stuff was very good too. I was a little surprised at the velocity. I mean, he throws hard.
What a story, Keaton Win. And again, so it's interesting the blending of regimes because Bailey and Schmidt are Farhan draft picks, and Keaton Win and Luis Matos were drafted under the old regime. So you can mix and match a little bit. Bobby Evans still has a little bit of love going on this squad. Mike, and hey, listen, we haven't even talked about the game last night. A couple things that happened. Lamont Wade and Jack Flaherty bringing back the memories, Mike. They broke out some old footage of you guys in the Cardinals. I know this one didn't get too ugly, but you don't see Lamont Wade bark much.
No, you don't.
Flaherty, I mean, the obvious guess is that he thought Lamont Wade's was given location or something. I don't know. What'd you think?
I don't know. Yeah, well, you can. I mean, if a catcher sets up too quickly, you can definitely give location away. And, you're always going to be looking for that if you're a pitcher, especially a guy who's struggling. He's going to start looking a little bit closer as to why he's struggling. You're never really going to fully admit that your stuff isn't good that night. But I love it. Look, when you play the Cardinals, it's like you're fighting your brother. That's exactly what it's like.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of respect on both sides of the field, and I've never seen a Cardinal series that didn't elevate both teams because there's just a little more on it between the Giants and the Cardinals.
Yeah.
It just is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's you don't take those series lightly. You don't take them for granted. I mean, you don't take rivalry series for granted. The Dodgers and the Giants, you don't take those for granted. When I was in Chicago with the Cardinals, you don't take it for granted. I don't take the Giants and the A's for granted.
Hey.
And, I know I'm getting off on a tangent here, but what we saw yesterday with the protests and the A's fans coming in, and they had, close to 30,000 people show up, I thought that was extremely cool. And I'm just so disgusted that they're even thinking about leaving the Bay Area. It pisses me off because you can't let those rivalry series go away. And that's what's happened with the A's and the Giants. That's become a great series. And I'm just disgusted with what's happening with all of that.
Great, Mike.
I feel really, really for those A's fans. And you know what? They showed up in force yesterday, and God bless them.
I was definitely going to ask you that on the way out. So while you're here, I mean, what do you say about an owner like John Fisher? I don't know if you have a relationship with the Fisher family, because they maybe have some investments in the Giants. I don't know if you're comfortable talking about it, but this is an owner who's not
investing. It's a horrible situation.
I mean, this is a case where the fans are saying, we're here.
They are, Mike. Yep.
Why are you leaving? And the ownership is just not present.
Non-responsive.
What do you say?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's going behind the closed doors. I don't. I mean, there are negotiations that haven't been able to progress. And I just think that, I can't criticize an owner and I can't criticize a city council because I wasn't there. I haven't heard. There's a lot more to what is going on than what we're being privileged to in the papers. And I do think that there's a bias because a lot of the writers who are writing are upset about this. They're emotional about this. They're invested with this team, with this team's history, in the Bay. And what happened with interleague play and just the surprise of the intensity of the series between the Giants and the A's has been such an incredible bonus for Northern California fans who we all agree are a little different than other fans. They appreciate these things more, and they show up. And so I don't know. I can't take shots at an owner or an ownership group or a front office group because I wasn't there. I just feel that more could have been done to keep this team here and to watch them be on the doorstep to be leaving here. And it could happen as early as next year, but certainly within 3 years. I'm just really, really upset about it, and so are a lot of people in the Bay Area.
Yep,
I mean,
that's it.
You just gotta be thankful that the Giants are owned by a group that cares about the community and cares about the fans.
That's
man.
it. Well
and they
said.
really do.
Yeah.
They do. Hey, speaking of which, last one for you, Mike, is the news that Susan Slusser's reporting in the Chronicle that the 2024 Field of Dreams game will be the Giants and your Cardinals, your favorite team.
Yeah.
But Mike, and this is an idea that was floated by Bruce Jenkins 2 years ago. God bless Jenks. To play at Willie Mays' old Negro League Stadium, Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama, the home of the Birmingham Black Barons. It's not official, but Slusser says the Chronicle has learned this will be the case. Rickwood Field, Birmingham, Alabama.
Wow.
The Birmingham Black Barons home, Giants, Cardinals. This would be...
You talk history.
Quite awesome, Mike. Quite awesome.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I agree. I mean, so one of the greatest things about playing in the minor league, especially the Texas League, you would go into cities like Shreveport and you would see that these old ballparks had so much history. And there were so many players, so many stories, so many careers that came through there. And you could get there as a player and go up in the stands and see a lot of the players that had played in those old leagues. I mean, look, there was a time when there were so many minor league teams. There were times when guys were getting more money to play in minor league cities than the big leagues.
Wow.
And they didn't want to go to the big leagues because they were making more money.
Wow.
They're making $3,000 a year or whatever, but if you're from that area and you were playing in your hometown and you were getting more than what the big leagues are going to play, they didn't move.
Yeah.
They stayed there. And you hear these stories. And to go back to where Mays started and to be able to play on the same field that he did as a kid. I mean, he was 16, 17 years old playing with these guys. I just think it's such an incredibly cool concept. And I'm glad that it's going to happen. I do. And who better? Who better than the Cardinals and the Giants, and with so much history between these two clubs, to be able to tee it up?
It's very exciting. We'll continue to follow that story as it gets finalized, but it looks like the Giants and Cardinals will play the Field of Dreams game at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama, where Willie Mays played with the Birmingham Black Barons, man. What a story. So, Mike, geez, no shortage of stories.
A lot of stuff going on right now. This is good.
Yeah, so I love talking about it. I'm sure we'll have more to talk about on Friday, and we'll see if this kid makes his debut. Oh, my goodness. Exciting time. So, Mike, enjoy the game. We'll talk Friday.
At a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow. That's dude.
And I'm looking for that sweep today, too. I'm ready to get greedy with this S.
Tony D.
Give me 3.
Tony DiSclafani. And
I need 3.
Don't sleep on Italians in St. Louis, a.k.a. Charlie Gitos. You and me.
Well, listen, you and me and Copes, and we amble in there. We sit down. We start looking over the menu. We ask how the food is prepared.
You see?
Yeah.
You start out with a little bit of oil.
Right.
And you fry some garlic. Then you throw in some tomatoes, some tomato paste. You fry it. You make sure it doesn't stick. You got it to a boil. You shove in all your sausage and your meatballs.
Murph, you shove in your sausage and meatball. Here's my question to you. That was my first Charlie Gito's experience, and it was tremendous. It was great. Tim, if you're listening, thanks again, bro.
Tim, this is where we were sitting at our table.
Very thoughtful.
The GM, the guy was a classic GM. This guy had a mug on him. He was an old Italian guy. And he walks up and he says, this is for you. It was an envelope. And the envelope inside was a letter from a fan.
You believe
His name
this
was
guy?
Tim from Corte Madera.
Talk about thoughtful.
With a generous gift card. Said, I'm buying you guys most of your dinner tonight and your cocktails. Use this card.
For real.
It was unbelievable. So now, by the way, now the guy texts pretty much every 15 minutes.
No, but that's my boy. Right. He's a good dude. But my question to you is going to be, do the players go there? Like present day, could I see a Mikey Yaz carving into a veal parm or something after a game? Like,
I'm going to say...
You would know. You've covered the grounds.
I'm going to say good question. I don't have the answer.
Did they back in the day? Like, was that a player spot back in the day?
It's more of like a broadcaster's writer's place. You know what I mean? Like it's.
Would it help you
maybe some of the old soul guys, maybe like a Crawford might go there.
Okay, well, with that being said, let me leapfrog to a different sport. Would a Bryant Young eat there? Not even a joke. I'm serious. Could I get a BY when they're playing the St. Louis Rams?
Walk in a finely tailored sport coat.
I'll take your finest table, please. Listen, that deep voice, yeah.
All right. Well, listen. Hey, man, it's exciting times.
Okay.
And Luis Matos, we still haven't gotten the lineup for tonight, but today, I should say.
I want him in there. I want to see Matos.
We're doing
Let's go.
pregame at 9:15.
Yeah,
dude.
I'm ready.
So,
Are you talking diamond notes? We got it all covered.
We played Louie by the Kingsmen.
That sounded good, by the way. In anticipation of his arrival.
Do you want to repeat it again, or do you want to go to other Louis songs, including Louie, or Sublime's "The Way to Hang with Louie Dog is the Only Way to Stay Sane"?
Got to be more Lou's out there too. Other Lou's we haven't even considered yet.
Well, your favorite Coach Lou, who's dropping acid with nuns,
Coach, and then walking to Ocean Beach like you do, like one does.
So anyway,
yes.
I probably shouldn't be saying that on the air. Sorry,
True
Coach
story
Lou.
though. This is the way it used to be.
Anyway, here's the deal.
What are you going to
do? So the big hit is the thing. It's got the Bay Area buzzing. It's got the Bay Area buzzing. We got people every morning. They wake up in the morning. They say, "What's the big hit today?"
What's the big hit? Well, I say, what's the big hit?
They pour a cup of coffee. They discuss it.
They feel the energy. They feel that BA. Oh, you going coffee first? All right, stand by. Hold on. So let me pour
a cup.
Yeah.
Press pot!
Let me give you some of this.
I'm making coffee. You want coffee?
Can I get a Kruko? Just
Totally.
You got to have good coffee.
There it is. So we
Nice
pour a
pipes.
cup and we discuss. And this morning the discussion was, is Luis Matos getting called up the big hit? And under any other day, it would have been. But as we sense the mood of the morning, the energy of the morning, the green T-shirts came to fore. The Kelly green T-shirts. Yeah,
They're taking over the BAG today.
Big hit energy.
You're down with BAG.
It's a real thing. It is.
You're down with BAG.
And I'm going to tell A's fans.
BAG.
And
who down with BHE? Everybody's home.
A's fans, you provided the BHE. So let's dive into last night's reverse boycott in Oakland and everything it means in the big hit next. As you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Big hit, the sports leader, next.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Oakland A's fans held a reverse boycott last night at the Coliseum to send a message to John Fisher and Major League Baseball that Fisher should sell the team and keep the A's in Oakland. To read all about last night's reverse boycott, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Off the top on another opener, and Fuji doing it for the second time this year. Last worked on Sunday in relief at Milwaukee. The first pitch on this Tuesday night. And that is bounced to first, and Noda has it, and we're underway. He's swinging a fair ball inside the third base line, and Siri's going to turn and make his way to second, and he has notions about third. He'll put the brakes on as Seth gets it back in. Crowd goes silent and now getting very loud at the Coliseum. Taylor Walls will now stand in for Tampa Bay. Rays try to open the scoring, and Hogan can't hear with the pitch comm because of the crowd. And now time is called. Things have gotten loud here, and this is certainly a new experience in 2023 at the Coliseum. Swing! Celebration on the field, celebration on the speakers, and the A's have won back-to-back games against Tampa Bay. Longest winning streak since August of 21.
A good old-fashioned American protest, man. The right to assemble, guaranteed in the Constitution, exercised by A's fans out there.
Shout out to all the great A's fans in the, I'm going to say the extended Murph and Mac community, and I'm not even kidding about this. I'm going to shout out, and you ever notice, like, they're good guys, too. So shout out in fact, I believe this was voted the Friendship of the Year.
It was.
Circa 2016, something like that. Shout out Vegas Joe Hughes, fist in the air. That's an A's fan.
He was there last night.
Of course he was. I'm not surprised.
By the way, is this like a Muzak version of Celebration?
What's he got going? Yeah. Totally.
It's like a little wedding band cover. Yeah. I like it, too.
Listen to this.
I feel like I'm dancing like Elaine right now.
It's great.
Anyway, yeah.
The grandparents are coming out now.
I like it very much, yeah.
Here she comes.
We're going to do the electric slide next.
Dude, guys on the mic.
By the way, so A's fans, a great organic. And by the way, this was simply word of mouth. Like my buddy who found out about Old English in the late 80s in that liquor store in L.A., when he said, "Oh, you buying Old English?" And the old guy said, "No advertising, just word of mouth."
We don't need any advertising.
So this was word of mouth. And by the way, word of mouth says that Shooty Babbitt, one of the great voices in Oakland, will join us at 8:35 today.
Oh, nice.
So I want to shout out A's fans for an organic, natural, corporate sponsored BS.
Good old fashioned protest. You guys look great out there.
Paulie, you come from the hippie.
I am definitely no question. I'm from the spirit of protest. That's how you provoke change, and that's one way you can demonstrate your feelings in a peaceful way when it's done correctly. And I got it. My hat's off to you guys. I thought you did it great last night.
If you were out there last night, we would love to hear from you. We've heard from some of you earlier in the show. The phone number is 808-KNBR.
Yeah, 808
join us. KNBR,
for real.
And the text message line is 415-808-5627. And we've heard, listen, it felt like, it was damn near cinematic. It was like a movie. It really was. And some people have said this literally is the plot to Major League, right? Where the owner's trying to make the team so bad. I mean, this is crazy, right? And in Major League, right? Waterboy, you with me?
Yeah. Oh, 100% Murph.
Yeah.
It's like they stole the script. Just like the NBA Finals, it's scripted. So is John Fisher and the A's. See?
And I got to tell you guys, in the movie, John, this is incredible. This music.
This is a great call, dude.
In the movie, Fisher would grab the mic and come out here and say, I now see the light. I've looked into the eyes of grandparents and grandchildren who remember Catfish Hunter and Matt Chapman. And I'm staying. We're building a new stadium right here, and it's going to be the jewel in baseball. Instead, dude, no Fisher.
Nothing.
Fisher sucks was the chant.
Fisher
Sell
sucks.
the team. And the Nevada State Senate voted 13-8 to advance SB 1, the bill to provide $380 million of public financing for the A's. So at the same time you had this organic protest, you had the bad news that the Nevada is now opening the door.
Now, legality, or as far as legally speaking, I should say, is this a done deal? Does that mean that vote makes it a done deal?
No, because they got to go to the assembly and then it's got to go to the governor.
Well, the assembly, Marcus, because I like the way Marcus, because I kind of get numb to it after a while, too, all the tiers and layers of politicians and when all these different kind of offices get involved. Like Marcus said, I don't know if it's a senator. I don't know who's involved. All I know is it's a political bigwig, I think. And Marcus, I feel you.
Who?
It gets confusing, but I just wanted to know if this was like a done deal.
Senate 13-8 goes to the assembly, then it goes to the gov.
You see how the assembly gets.
831 has a picture from last night with a sign that says stay, and it said it was the coolest night ever. 614 texts in and says, Murph,
nice.
myself, and many other Giants fans were there. We can't lose the A's. We got to do all we can for the Bay and baseball. The black and orange wouldn't be the same without those goons in green and gold, right? And then you got other people coming in. 916 says maybe the A's wouldn't be exploring moving the franchise if the fans showed up every game like this. Now,
see what happens now.
That's a complex thing because I think
complex. It's too easy to say that.
If the Giants ownership destroyed the team like the Giants, I think you'd get the same situation.
Without a doubt. It's too expensive these days to do anything otherwise. If you're being mistreated, like chronically mistreated time and time again, year after year, by an ownership group, at a certain point, you're going to push back and you say, no, I'm not going to throw my money into this anymore. It's an abyss.
707 says, last night's game was the first A's games I've watched all season. I love my A's, but I hate what Fisher is doing. So there's an example of somebody who loves the team, but you're like torn. Now, other people are saying, how you're so stupid to give him money last night. Fisher and Cavill made a little move here. They said they announced that last night's gate receipts are going to the Alameda County Community Food Bank.
Well, that's a great organization now. We've actually done work for them in the past. I don't know if you remember this. When we gave away Springsteen tickets years ago, all of those bids that came in, they went to the Alameda County Food Bank when Bruce played in Oakland. Great show, by the way, Racing in the Street, 808 KNBR.
Did you see the news?
I did push back to last night. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll be there.
Okay.
Gotta say that, no, so it's a great organization, but I feel you do like they swoop in at the end and be like, hey, look at the charitable hearts of Fisher. It's really not like that. But
this was, by the way, following up a season where they had the lowest payroll in baseball and then increased season ticket prices this season before the year started.
And I heard your guy Hank Steinbrenner called him out yesterday. Yankees owner Hank Steinbrenner said, why do these teams like the A's get away with spending nothing?
I've been calling it for years now. There should be a salary floor in the MLB. Last year, the A's were paying like $30-something million for their entire roster. There were at least 10 to 15 individual MLB players who were making more than the entire A's roster.
Single guys.
And he's getting a check from the rich teams.
That sucks.
Which is going to end, by the way. That revenue sharing ends, which is why I said. So anyway, let's get some sound here. Hogan Harris, A's pitcher. Great name, by the way. Hogan Harris. He literally couldn't hear the pitch comm because of the sell the team chants.
I love it.
I tell you what, words really can't describe it at all. Obviously, they got wildly loud at one point. I couldn't even hear my pitch comm. I didn't know what was going on. I was like, hey, I'm going to be honest, Blue. I can hear it. It's on, but I just can't hear it. He goes, you have a backup plan? I was like, no, we're going to have to figure something out really quick, aren't we?
It's actually an interesting point. What happens when we get to a playoff game where it's really loud? In like in a seventh and ninth inning of a playoff game.
The perils of technology, you're going to have to figure it out.
Mark Kotsay, who played for the A's, he wore the green and gold. About the fifth inning, so in the fifth inning, they stood up because to represent 55 years in Oakland, they stood up for a silent protest at the top of the fifth for the first batter and then organically started chanting, sell the team. Kind of a goosebump moment, really. It was like the movie scene was playing out. Here's Kotsay, the A's manager, about that.
In the top of the fifth, there was a silent protest for the first batter, and then the crowd erupted in chants. Could you guys, how did that feel on the field?
It was different. They weren't able to do it completely, though, because you did hear some voices. So, and then the double down the line in the complete silence, was a little eerie. It was well orchestrated and I guess perfectly timed on their end. And, we were, as a group, you can't help but notice. So, but again, when they turned it back on, Hogan couldn't hear his pitch comm, but that was about the gist of it.
Yeah, man, very, very wild situation. Now, Katse did have a second comment about playing in front of this crowd last night. I mean, listen, I'm looking at A's attendance, guys, and they so from 88 to 92. 2.2, 2.6, 2.9, 2.7, 2.4. Then I'll move up into more modern day from 01 to 05. 2.1, 2.1, 2.2, 2.2, 2.1.
Well, the fans are definitely there. They're just not coming out.
As recently as 2014, they drew 2
million. No question. No, I've never doubted that. The A's fans are definitely out there. They've just decided, and I don't blame you guys one bit. I'd probably be doing the same thing. They've collectively decided, hey, we're not going to support this thing anymore. There's no reason for us to throw our money into this black hole the way it's currently, constructed. But no, Murph, the fans are definitely there. They just need a good reason to come back.
Katse on the crowd last night here.
Well, I've experienced anger in a crowd, definitely. Mostly at me when I was playing. I don't know. It was a unique night, but again, we talked a lot about it. And if you want to use the word anger, it wasn't directed at the players. And we felt the energy on their fan side supporting us, passionately with the, you could feel them just wanting us to win that game. And their will, I think, came across with our guys, and just the electricity you felt when we scored that run in the 8th and went back out to take the field in the 9th.
So, by the way, the A's won the damn game, okay? They beat the Rays twice in a row. They won 7 in a row. How about this stat? They're the first team with a sub-200 winning percentage to have a 7-game win streak since the 1895 Louisville Colonels.
Oh, on the other side, we'll take your calls on the great Colonels.
The Colonels got hot.
Yeah.
Great job, brother. The Colonels started hitting the ball.
It did.
The Colonels got so hot they got promoted to lieutenant.
The Colonel's rotation.
I don't even know if lieutenant's above Colonel.
I like where your humor's at, though. I dig that.
530 is coming with a different angle. He says, you guys have it all wrong. Fisher spent $100 million jumping through hoops to get approval in Oakland, and the city government of Oakland is to blame.
Well, now you hear that, too. What's your response to that?
925 says, guys, watch out. Fisher owns the San Jose Earthquakes, too. Okay.
Well, what does that mean? What's he going to do to them?
I don't know. Is he going to move them to Vegas?
Yeah,
209 says, I got a solution to the pitch comm thing. Throw down signs like they have for the last 100 years.
Well, you got to think that's an option at some point, right? The thing that's got us through the first few 100 years, right?
707 says, I support the movement and I want the A's to stay, but the owner is such a POS.
Yes.
He doesn't give a blank about any of this. I was wondering, what did he do last night? Did he watch it?
I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares on any level.
Have like a filet mignon at the Battery Club?
Probably.
Is that what
Probably.
he did? Did he get a rub down?
I honestly, without embellishment, I don't think he cares at all what happens over there. I just don't think he gives a damn.
510 says, I've been an A's fan since 2000. I've cried over the team. Do not ever doubt the love we have for our A's over here or the loathing we have for Fisher and Cavill. Man, oh man, I've never,
What?
Dude, 831 says, Paulie Mac, for your music angle, Billy Joe was on the big screen chanting, sell the team.
Nice. Billy Joe from Green Day.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Billy
that's
Joe
awesome.
Was there chanting it?
Give him some love. I love it.
Dude, can I get a Green Day album dedicated to the rage at Fisher? Like American Idiot?
Like a concept album. Yeah, like a double album.
One?
Yeah.
530 says, the A's giving the money to Alameda Food Bank is like sports washing.
I feel you, but at the end of the day, I'm just glad someone's going to eat some food. That's a good thing.
925 says, well, the Giants make all the money, and if they give up their San Jose rights, Fisher could go to Silicon Valley and win-win. I've always wondered, would A's fans want to go to San Jose? I mean,
that's a good question.
Oakland's their pride. I
think Oakland has a lot to do with it. It's a good question,
Overnight Dave had that great soundbite. I'd never heard that one that made me laugh this morning where the guy just said, shout out Oakland, California. Who was that?
Oh,
was
that's
that
Marshawn Lynch. Yeah.
It was a good
That's
bite.
a great cut, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, their identity is the town. So I actually asked one of my kids' teammates who's a big A's fan. I said, so would you be okay with San Jose? They said, yeah, they'd still be here. And I'm like, but what about the identity of
That's
Oakland?
a great point you're bringing up. No, for real, that is legit.
And I think that's why a lot of A's fans are upset, because Dave Cavill came in here and he started this whole mantra of rooted in Oakland after the Raiders left, and he did the whole hat exchange, getting Giants hats for A's hats.
That's corny.
And now here he is uprooting the team out of Oakland on his way to Vegas.
You know what I mean? Well, Fisher, on behalf of all of you who went out to the game last night, we salute Fisher as well right here on the M&M show.
You dick.
That one's for all of y'all.
By the way, the Army ranking crowd coming in saying, dude, Lieutenant's way lower than Colonel. My bad.
No,
my
but
bad.
I like the riff, though. You got to give Murph some credit for the idea.
The Colonel's got hot.
Yeah.
They popped like a popcorn kernel into a piece of popcorn. I went, Colonel, get it?
I feel you.
All right, here's the reverse boycott organizer, Stu Clary.
Okay.
And he says,
this is my boy right here.
Paulie Mac, ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee.
Shout out
He's telling Giants fans, this is not about us, it's about you too.
It's resonated, it struck a chord, and not just with A's fans, but with fans all over Major League Baseball. I mean, I'm old enough to remember in the early 90s, the Giants were 1 foot out the door. They were in Tampa Bay. So it could happen to us. It could happen to the Giants. It could happen to almost every club in baseball. The Giants were very nearly the Tampa Giants. It could happen. I mean, the Giants have a beautiful ballpark at McCovey Cove, but it's 20-something years old now. Before long, it's going to be old and passé. Grass could be greener somewhere else. And so if it could happen to us, it could happen to you. It could happen to anybody. As an A's fan, I did some minor work in the early 90s trying to help the Giants get a ballpark. I understand the benefit of having two teams in the market, and we'll lose out on, the whole community loses out on something special if the A's leave.
So that's the guy who organized the boycott. Shout him out, Stu Clary. He had some funny things going on there. Number one, he's right that the Giants were gone in '92, and they got saved by a great owner. Don't underrate great owners, guys. Eddie D, Joe Lacob.
You're nothing without a great owner.
McGowan and Bear.
You have to have that if you're going to succeed.
The Burns family and the Johnson family. You can hate Charles Johnson's politics, but they are into the community of the Giants fan.
And even before that one, Murph, there's the Bob Lurie thing of '76. Like, it almost happened to the Giants twice. So A's fans, of course, Giant fans do know what you're going through, and the Giants have been very close to losing their team more than once.
510 checks in, says, I was there, and it was one of the coolest moments I've ever experienced. He says, I was at the 20-game win streak win. I was at Owens the catch 2. I was at the Niners-Cowboys 94 NFC title game.
Whoa.
But he said, when we went quiet into the chant, he said it was chills.
Wow.
Chills.
All right.
But, dude, 15-year-old Declan Murphy just texted in. So his buddy Henry is the A's fan. Really smart kid. Really smart baseball fan.
I'm just glad
Sometimes
there's a
I go
kid.
to Henry, and I'm like, what should we do here?
Yeah.
And Henry said, he's been to playoff games at the Coliseum, and it was the greatest sports atmosphere of his life.
I'm just glad there's a kid out there named Henry. I'm a big fan of the name Henry, and I'm glad your son hangs with a kid named Henry.
And here's Oakland 68's chairman, Anson Cancinares. By the way, that's because the A's moved here in 68, so they named their team they named their group the 68s. Saying it's a little break that the A's didn't move here in 1969.
Listen to this guy now.
69.
Murph going blue on a Wednesday.
Hey, would they name the group?
The 60-old 69ers, I'll say it. I mean, it's a number. It's part of the numerical system.
This guy's good. Anson Cancinares. I think he checks about 6 boxes here. Listen.
Is there anything you want to say to John Fisher personally?
Sell the team. What are you doing? Why are you here? You don't care about us. You don't care about the city. You don't care about the fans. You don't care about the team. Like, dog, you don't even invest in your roster. Why is it that the highest paid player was Eric Chavez? Eric Chavez. Like, what are we doing here? Invest in your team, like, or just sell it to someone who cares. Like, just make a profit. You can dip out. We won't care. I will literally, like, drive you out to the airport. Hey, thank you for your service. I don't care. All I care about personally is these kids that can experience the same experience that I had as a kid. And meeting people in this Coliseum, meeting fellow A's fans, building this community, building the civic pride that they're gonna leave. Like, I don't. It's a tragedy that a billionaire owner can just take a baseball team and just rip them out the city like that.
Man, that guy Anson was on point.
Dog. Dropped a dog in there.
He goes, why are you here? How about that one? Why are you here?
That's my boy.
Sell the team. I mean, listen, so Fisher's not, I mean, like I said, in the movie, he grabs the mic and says, you guys have touched my heart and soul. For the Ted Lasso crowd, I know it's not Waterboy, I know it's not Paulie, but Triple E, when Rebecca is presented the Super League and gives her speech about, remember the team you loved as a little boy, and you want to just only cater to the billionaires, because they're going to form this Super League of only the best teams from Europe. It's like 8-team league, and they price out everybody. And she gave this passion speech about, do you remember being a little boy and going to your first match?
I
walking into the football stadium and seeing it.
Magical.
So anyway, that's what, and that's the TV show.
Yeah.
The real life is Fisher's like, no, we got the vote in Nevada.
And let's remember, too, that just as a community, this is the third time they've gone through this. They had to say goodbye to the Raiders. They had to say goodbye to the Warriors, kind of, even though they're still here. That's out of their town. And now they're on the brink of losing the A's. So, I mean, like, what honestly, Murph, what becomes of Oakland after that? Let's just say the A's do leave. You got to think there's just a gaping hole in the sports fan community in the Bay Area. You got hundreds of thousands of fans that will be left unattended to.
How about this one from 818? I was there with my phenomenal 16-year-old stud pitcher at the protest. How about that guy getting that pump in for his pitch?
Well, you might as well get a plug in. You'll be a scout listener.
He said, I just wanted to catch the ball game, and then the chanting happened, and it was extremely loud and fun. We sat next to a mother and father with their 50-year-old daughter cheering and chanting. And the best and saddest thing I saw was the dad, who was 75 plus, never removed his catcher's mitt, anticipating a foul ball all night.
Well, that's a way to stay ready out there. You got to stay ready.
Anyway, guys. Well, listen, that was our big hit.
Right,
and we hope that... Oh, we have one last cut. It's Mike Krukow.
Okay. Oh, good.
Just so you guys know how Krukow feels. Krukow loves baseball.
This thing's gone wide now.
And Kruk came on our show this morning, and he spoke about what happened last night in Oakland.
I mean, you don't take rivalry series for granted. You know, the Dodgers and the Giants, you don't take those for granted. When I was in Chicago with the Cardinals, you don't take it for granted. I don't take the Giants and the A's for granted.
Hey.
And, you know, I know I'm getting off on a tangent here, but what we saw yesterday with the protests and the A's fans coming in, and they had, close to 30,000 people show up, I thought that was extremely cool. And I'm just so disgusted that they're even thinking about leaving the Bay Area. It pisses me off because you can't let those rivalry series go away. And that's what's happened with the A's and the Giants. That's become a great series. And I'm just disgusted with what's happening with all of that.
Great, Mike.
I feel really, really for those A's fans. And you know what? They showed up in force yesterday, and God bless them.
Well, there you go from Mike. You want me to end with a negative one?
What?
Somebody says in 2019, they won 97 games and still finished 27th in attendance. They didn't have a radio station, and their TV ratings are terrible. There's not enough interest outside of Oakland. And so that's why Stomper said, he says signed it Stomper.
Shout out Stomper.
Then you got 209 checking in and says, I'm a Giants fan, and I'm getting emotional about the A's leaving.
No, it is. I'm really happy the A's fans did that last night. It's the only way they're ever going to get their voices heard.
So there you go. All right, well, there's your big
Bravo.
hit.
All right.
The big hit energy goes to the green and gold.
And enjoy, because you're not going to have many big hits that have Mike Krukow talking A's ball.
Right.
That's like an anomaly, so I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Cooler of content, Shooty Babbitt, and then Giants pregame at 9:15. We got to get the focus back on Luis Matos, too, who's going to get called up. We still haven't seen the lineup yet. Stay tuned on the Sports Leader.
Shout out Oakland, California.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Giants baseball is back in your life this morning at 10:15 a.m. against the St. Louis Cardinals, and there might be a brand new prospect in today's starting lineup. So to read about the potential MLB debut of Luis Matos, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, Cooler of Content starts with, well, why not Gabe Kapler? He's I mean, he's unique, man. We've never had a manager. Felipe Alou did not do this. Bruce Bochy did not do this. Post things on their Instagram story about non-baseball stuff.
Thank you.
So here's 6 seconds of Gabe Kapler on his latest...
That should be my ringtone, by the way. Be like, hold on, Murph, I'm getting a call. Yeah.
His latest sneaky good food combination. 6 seconds of Gabe. Here it is.
Sneaky good combo. Didn't expect it. Braised beef, parm, and guac.
I don't know if you can top that.
There's a lot going on
I don't know if you can top it.
That's damn near erotic.
The abbreviations, guac.
Is he trying to go as deep as he can?
It's a great question.
Braised beef.
Great, because there is a different delivery now when he's doing postgame in the dugout as opposed to when he's describing any particular food item.
Listen to this thing. Listen.
Sneaky good combo. Didn't expect it. Braised beef, parm, and guac.
Dude, the guac.
That's a big part of it. It's a big part of it, the guac.
It's got to be the guac.
Can you ISO just guac?
Can we get a new product on the shelves?
Whoa, wait.
Guac.
Well, listen now. I want a new
guac.
I want a new campaign, Gabe's Guacs. Gabe'sGuacs.com.
Hey, here's my question. Can Casey Schmidt ever draw a guac?
Guac.
Oh, boy. By the way, have you guys heard that new, it's like a new remake of an old Aerosmith song called Guac This Way.
Dude, you may want to do it.
Yeah.
You may want to do it.
Can I get a guac?
Triple E.
Yeah, guac.
You want to get going with Guac This Way? What else we got?
This way.
What else? What other songs with guac in it?
Pantera,
these boots were made for guacking.
You know what I mean?
I'll go with them franchise boys, guac it out.
There it is. Oh, my God.
Can I go with AC/DC? It's a little scandalous now, but how about Guac All Over You? That's a track, Walk All Over You.
Hey, now take a guac on the wild side.
Yeah, nice, dude. Nice.
Dude, listen to that erotic
One more time.
Guac.
No, right alone. He's really
Can I
pronouncing
get the whole thing
guac.
all over again? 6 seconds?
Sneaky good combo. Didn't expect it. Braised beef, parm, and guac.
Time out real quick. So wait a minute. Braised beef, parm, and now I'm going to actually think about what's
pretty good.
Does it though?
Yeah.
A Parmesan with a braised beef and a Parmesan does not go with guacamole, man.
Well, you know.
Guacamole and parm? What am I?
Sneaky good combo.
Is he burning one up? Is he?
He didn't expect it.
I'm starting to wonder. Sometimes you get inventive like that. Well, sometimes when you got the munchies, you can start combining like weird things.
This is guac like an Egyptian.
Great call.
I would guac guac 500 miles.
Guac.
All right, so
you get the whistle going.
And we've been scooped. We've been scooped by the 510. Do you want to go? Do? Give
him a chime, Marcus. Thank you, man.
It says, can I trust this person?
I don't know. What do you got?
Luis Matos starting and batting second.
I'll applaud it for the anticipation.
By the way, I went on the 510 text alone. Boy, I hope that was. I sure hope that wasn't wrong.
Well, we're going to know pretty soon, actually. Yeah.
I sure hope that wasn't wrong.
Who's his sources? Who do you know 510?
That was a little risky by me, guys. That was a little risky. So.
Because I'm checking MLB.com right now. I don't see any lineup submitted.
Oh, God. I'm going to be. That one's on me.
Well, then what you do is you drop that by the wayside.
That's on me,
you
man.
focus back on the guac, and you leave this thing by the side of the road.
Guac.
Thank you.
And again, I want Casey Schmidt. Can you draw a.
Guac.
Thank you very much.
And Murph, I'm going to need you to
guac
away from that text line.
It's just crazy.
It's my bad. I mean, I hope that person's. I just got excited. See, that's me. I got too excited.
It's braised beef, parm, and guac.
925 says, yeah, the echo on the C in guac is insane.
He's hitting that thing hard.
Guac.
And 843, multiples say,
yeah.
Can I get a little guacking on sunshine? Katrina in the waves. Paulie Mack, you're sticking with your AC/DC. For those about to guac, we salute
Very
you.
good with the cannons.
Somebody
Very
says
good.
Johnny Cash guac the line,
Bro,
dude?
we'll keep coming now.
Paulie Mack, can I get a remake on the Brock Purdy? I want to guac. I want a guac.
Oh, boy. Wow.
Totally.
Wow,
Guac and
wow.
roll all night, party every day.
Oh, boy.
We'll go all day if we need to.
I mean, do we even have anything left on this?
I don't know. It's too much.
Oh, my God.
No.
So
sneaky good. Boy, the passion of Gabe in the kitchen is unparalleled. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, now Walter's checking in.
Hey,
He says,
Walter.
Walter
That's my
says,
boy.
I don't know if I can confirm the lineup, but I can say Matos is wearing number 29.
Oh, that's important.
Now, I trust
Walter, definitely. He knows what he's talking about.
I'm really upset at myself for going with that tweet.
Well, then again, go back to shine the spotlight back on Gabe's guac. Yeah.
These boots were made for guac. And
totally.
That's okay. Do we even go to the mid? No. We got Shooty Babbitt coming up.
We got to go. We got to guess.
So the entire cooler content was 6 seconds?
Well, it was worth it, though.
Good combo. Didn't expect it. Braised beef, parm, and guac.
I don't know what he's talking about. Like, as far as the actual cuisine, I don't know what he's doing in there.
Mikey Verdu checked in. You're fine, Murph. The cashier at Safeway told me the same thing. He's riffing. All right, he's riffing. And my kid, who checks these things, says, Dad, I have not seen a lineup. So he checks these things.
I like it.
510, what are you doing to me, man? No, I'm lashing out at 510.
Yeah, no.
I should be lashing out at myself. All right, that's on me. All right, I got to raise my hand to the scorer's table.
Text line exploding. Nothing has moved the needle today like Gabe's guac. I'll tell you that right now.
Walter says,
it's
if you're
going
going to
nuts.
talk Matos wearing 29, where's the love for Hector Sanchez?
You know
Where's
what?
the love for Hector
I got
Sanchez?
love for Hector right here. Timmy was throwing a Hector like it was nobody's business.
707 says guac dirty to me.
Another great
Guac
one.
dirty to me. And
baby.
707 says, you're good, Murph. The Cardinal beat writer John Denton has the Giants lineup. Matos is indeed starting and hitting second. I'm going with 707, a second source.
Guac dirty to me.
A second spitter. This makes sense, wouldn't it, that he would hit second and play center? Wouldn't it?
You'll never
get him in there in the first inning.
You'll never guac alone.
Oh, man. All right. 415 checking in saying, Murph, you're good. I have the lineup. He just sent me the link, MLB.com, fantasy lineups, and I have Matos. Wait, it's not loading right now. But anyway, Shooty Babbitt talking A's protest next on the Sports Leader.
Guac.
Okay, everybody, Paulie Mack here talking black and whiskey. Listen, first of all, you guys listen to the show. You know I'm a big Metallica fan. I love the guys in the band. They got great people. Good friend of the program, Vicky. Our friend Vicky works for Metallica. And I know this about Metallica. They don't associate themselves with any product unless they're 1,000% invested in it. That's what you have here with black and whiskey. Metallica's spirit of innovation on full display now. It's a great blend of the finest straight bourbon and rye whiskeys. Very uniquely finished, very smooth. And sonically enhanced in the brandy cask. It's been awarded the Platinum Medal recently at the Ascot Awards. It's overall a great tasting whiskey. And again, it's a great gift idea for your old man for Father's Day, which is coming up just in a few days. So get Dad Black and Whiskey. Let him know. Being a kick-ass dad is the kind of legacy we're going to celebrate this year. He can raise a glass, crank up the volume, and then let his inner rock star come out to play for an afternoon. It's Black and Whiskey from Metallica. Kids, it's whiskey remastered. Check out the store locator on blackandwhiskey.com to find a retailer near you.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't know. It was a unique night, but again, we talked a lot about it. And if you want to use the word anger, it wasn't directed at the players. And we felt the energy on their fan side supporting us, passionately with the, you could feel them just wanting us to win that game. And their will, I think, came across with our guys, and just the electricity you felt when we scored that run in the 8th and went back out to take the field in the 9th.
Wow, what a scene out there. And by the way, before we welcome Shooty Babbitt to the airwaves and how much fun it is to have him, we got to tell you guys it is official. John Denton, the St. Louis Cardinals beat writer, has a picture of the lineups in the clubhouse. Luis Matos is batting second and starting in center field for the Giants.
Okay.
9:15 pregame. But the story last night was the A's. And listen, you want to talk about voices of Oakland, man. Let's talk to a son of the town himself. Shooty Babbitt, of course, the great second baseman for the A's, and went on to become a scout. He's done a lot of TV work. He's just Shooty. He's Shooty Babbitt. Shooty, welcome to the Murph and Mac Show, man. It's been way too long since we heard your voice.
Yeah, man.
How you doing, man?
Well, good morning, gentlemen. I'm glad you guys found my phone number. You know I'm the easiest man in town to find, so I appreciate once again gracing the airwaves with you gentlemen this morning.
You know what?
Thank you very much for the introduction.
You know what, Shooty? We should do this every day, in my mind,
Hey, man, looky here. Like I said, you got my number. Just put it on speed.
Okay, let's set aside the baseball and the money part of last night. I want to talk about what last night meant to Oakland.
Yeah.
So you know it as well as anybody. What did last night say about Oakland? What did it mean to Oakland? What was the message Oakland sent to the nation?
First of all, I just want to commend the A's fans for coming out in numbers, expressing their feeling and their love and their appreciation for the green and gold. I mean, the passion was off the chart. It's amazing seeing what's happening right now. Besides my home, in which I've lived in for 30 years, the Oakland Coliseum is my favorite house and building in the world. I grew up in that place as a young kid. I idolized guys that were playing there. I became friends, brothers with some of the older guys who took me on as mentors and as a younger brother. And to appreciate everything that the green and gold has meant to myself and my family in the Bay Area, to see them come out and express themselves the way that they did last night in a classy, passionate way, I was awfully proud to be a part of this organization as more as any time in my life. So it's just a shame. I've been a part of two organizations that I've somewhat seen the same thing happen. At the end of my career, I played for the Montreal Expos, and to see the great talent that was assembled in that organization and the guys that played there, and for them to move to Washington, even though it's a move, you don't get an opportunity to see the greats like Andre Dawson and Tim Raines and Warren Cromartie and Gary Carter and the closer over there. So many guys that had great careers, and now that they're the Washington Nationals, they really don't get talked about or, should I say, celebrated in the way that they should. So last night is a night that we all will remember for the rest of our lives. And it's just, one of the things that happens in business, man, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
Shooty Babbitt is the voice you hear. Of course, Oakland's own 1981 Oakland A, and of course, broadcaster scout, does it all, knows it all. I don't know, Shooty, was the message that if the A's ownership invested in the team the way the Haas ownership did, that's a thriving franchise right there? Or, I'll give you the other part. The other part would say, nope, It's 2023 and the Coliseum can't support a major league team anymore. They have to get a new park, otherwise they have to leave.
Well, first of all, I have to make sure that I make things perfectly clear. This is my 28th year as a scout, my third with the Oakland A's, and when my scouting career looked like it might have been in trouble, I connected back with the A's, and before I can get it out my mouth, they welcomed me in with open arms. And I am extremely grateful and honored to be able to, more than likely, if it's God's will, in my career in the green and gold. It's no doubt to look out my window or stand at the top of the Coliseum and look across the bay and see that beautiful stadium that the Giants have been able to build over there and what it's meant to that community, because that was a bad team at that time when they were at Candlestick and there wasn't a lot going on, and just the rejuvenation and what that stadium meant to that city and that team speaks volumes. Man, look at here. Those people that work at the Coliseum day in and day out have done everything that they possibly can to keep that place to be respectable as a major league stadium where the best players in the world get an opportunity to showcase their skills on a daily basis in front of some of the most passionate and dedicated fans in the game. And there's a time and place for everything. I mean, we've had issues over that. We know that need to be identified and taken care of. The stadium situation has been going on for 20 years now. And the thing that I take the most from it is that I go all around the country watching teams in every city, and it just amazes me how teams can just build a stadium next door and knock the current one down and keep it moving. Mm-hmm. Economics and the business are things that we have to basically look right in the eye and understand it. I am an employee of the A's, so I have to be careful on how I tread on this situation. So I understand the business part of it, but I'm also just as much a fan as I am an employee. And it's those people that have allowed me to be the person that I am today. And that's who I'm fighting for. I just want the fans to know that no matter what happens in this outcome, it definitely has nothing to do with them, because they have been everything and more to what an organization could want in fans. I've been there through 3 or 4 different owners. And I can remember when the Haas family came in, that was my opportunity. We didn't have a whole lot in Oakland at that time, and I was in instructional league and had an opportunity to go, had a great instructional league, got invited to big league camp, and before you know it, I made the big league club. So any scout that said I would be a big leaguer, they'd be lying today. But because of all odds and the opportunity that team gave me, I've been able to live a life in this game. So eventually something has to happen. And even still today, when you read things that happened yesterday about they agreed on this or they agreed on that, until they stick a shovel in the ground and say that this team is going to Vegas or wherever, I'm going to continue to pull for the team to stay in Oakland. Something may happen, who knows? But my heart is in Oakland with everybody else. But you know what? I'm part of the green and gold, and wherever they go, hopefully they'll take me with them. But, man, it would be a sad day if they close the door on that building.
Shooty Babbitt is our guest on the UMA Guest Line. I totally agree with you, Shooty. It would be very sad. And here's a question. You know, you'll hear this from time to time. You'll hear a name like Joe Lacob come up, and you'll hear Joe Lacob's interested in buying the A's and kind of rebuilding the brand and everything. And that is the kind of guy that you can have 100% faith in, because the proof is right here. Look at what he's done, how quickly they built Chase Center. Already they've raised a championship banner since the time that building's been constructed. So, Shooty, what do you know about that, or potentially what's in the way of that ever happening? Because it doesn't seem like it's all that serious, but at the same time, there does seem to be interest from Lacob's camp about, they'd like to get their hands in this thing, get involved, and take over.
Well, guys, you're going to have to excuse me for my ignorance on that situation. My role and my title was professional scout. And what I do is I go out and I beat the bushes and I look for players and I try to help this team get better. When you start talking about billions of dollars and doing the things that they're trying to do, and especially looking and seeing how long it's taking for this to materialize, there are so many things that happen. But I will say this, there were some whispers, there were some rumors. I don't know, because I didn't hear it out of either guy's mouth, but it was reported there was an opportunity where Lacob wanted to get together with our owner and do something like they did over in San Francisco. And I could only dream and fantasize of what that might have been like if we could have constructed a community-like atmosphere for the fans, for the people, the job opportunities. Man, I think about the people that have been working at the Coliseum, man, when I was a kid, that's still there, that meet you at the gate when you come in, that you don't even need to show your pass, just wave, they know you. There's not many places like that, man. So those are the ones that I feel so sorry for, man, because you look at the fans. If you looked in the faces of some of the fans, man, and you could tell some of the kids that were raised in the building that have their own children now that have taught them morals and scruples and about team and being a good teammate and what it's like to be a professional, all the life lessons that have been learned, man, the girls and the boys with their moms and dads. For me, a kid that grew up in Berkeley and knew nothing but baseball and grew up in the park with all the other kids that had the same dream, those are the people that I feel sorry for, man. But this is way over our heads, man, because if it was that simple, it seemed to me like it would have been done a long time ago.
Man, Shooty, well, I sure do appreciate it. I understand your situation. You are employed by the club, so, you can't really say some of the stuff that some of the fans want to say. But you did feel that emotion last night, man. It was like a movie. It was like a movie.
I thought it was great.
And so, I mean, it's like you said, it would just be a sad, sad, sad day. And if they moved to Vegas, you'd go because that's your job, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Polymac, I think the fans said it all. I think if we just sat there and just listened, if we just looked at my boy Hogan last night on the mound, he couldn't even hear. It was so loud, and the passion, it was just roaring in that building. It's like life, man. I mean, it's one day you've been doing something all your life. It's become a part of you and your family and everything else, and then one day they take it away from you, or it's just gone and you have no say. It's a hard pill for everybody to swallow. But like I said, man, it's like the faith of a mustard seed, man. I'm holding on. And to answer your question, I'd be honored if the club took me with them where they go, because if you cut me wide open, I bleed green and gold all on the ground, man. So I ride with the A's no matter what, man. But I just want to make sure that I convey my message to the fans, man. We love you. We adore you. Everything that you've done to keep this team what it's been. Man, I've got fans that have become like family, that have helped my family, that have become family. We are family. And when you start breaking up the home, you break up the family, and basically that's going to happen, because a lot of the people that we see on an everyday basis, you guys know, you spend a lot of time at the ballpark. You know what I'm talking. For them to just come in one day and say, man, we're going to close the building down here because we got to go. It'll change your life forever. So we're going to go down fighting just like we are right now, 7 in a row. Everybody's been talking about it. You guys been talking about how bad we are. We're the worst team in baseball. I wish we played the Giants right now.
Yeah, man.
Right where we want them.
I love it, Shooty.
Shooty, you're the best. Hey, last one, because you're a scout. Did you ever see Luis Matos in your tours?
I have not. He's not part of my coverage. Unfortunately, I haven't covered the Giants for a few years.
Okay.
But man, I pull for the Giants. That's our hometown team as well. Willie Mays was my idol growing up. So I don't wish bad luck on anybody. I love to see young players come up, get an opportunity, because that's what makes an organization. You just can't keep going out buying players. You got to develop them, man. So kudos to the Giants, and good luck to those guys. But, man, hey, don't be afraid to have us on your air a little more, too. I know you guys are Giants, but there's bad things that happen. You want to talk to us, man. Hey. But, hey, we don't mind talking. We don't run from nothing.
Shooty, we'll talk life. We'll talk ball. We'll talk the Bay.
Love having
we'll
you,
talk
man.
Oakland. You're the best, Shooty. Hey, thanks for sharing your heart. Fans were hearing it. They were saying on the text line they like hearing the green and gold bloodstream come out. So thank you, Shooty. We'll talk later, man.
Man, truly an honor, man. Call me anytime.
Thanks, Shooty.
Babbitt. Two things, Paulie.
Couple quick things.
Three
One,
things.
I got to shout out to 5102. Just simple text. Shooty Babbitt for president. That one caught my attention.
Pretty good shape.
Then number two, the entire segment was brought to you from Redwood Credit Union. You can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA.
And then what if I told you that Kirk Reader will be on with Tolbert and Copes today, despite the fact that Triple E wrote Kurt
Right.
You got this guy's forever. This guy's avatar is him in a panda hat.
He was thinking Kurt Cobain. What?
Yeah.
Panda hat.
Well, yeah, that's him. He has an.
Oh, for Pablo. Okay, it took me a second. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. What are we doing? We getting into cosplay? Is he getting into the furry community?
I do believe that Kirk, like as in Captain Kirk, Reeder is the winningest lefty in Giants history. But just don't ask Triple E because he'll be like, who's that? I only follow Kurt. Reeder.
Right. He said I think it's either him or Morgan Bumgarner.
Yeah, and
one of the two. Yeah.
If I get a chance to pile on, I'm piling on. So don't do that for me. Don't give me these doors, Triple E. I'm coming in.
Yeah, Triple E, you crack the door. We'll barge in.
Remember Forever Giant Eric Burns? Remember that one? I mean, can I get the drums, Paulie?
Yeah. You think you got to get the drums now?
Okay.
I've thank you.
Yeah. There you go.
I've punted it over to Marcus. Can I get the drums?
Triple E.
Can I get the drums?
Paulie, what if I told you that I wanted to tell you that we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Mm-hmm. Call Greg O'Donnell, 866-496-2300. So here's what we've done. It's been a very emotional morning. It's been a great morning.
It's been a good morning.
There's some heartfelt stuff going down. Matos is hitting second in center field for the Giants.
Let's go, baby.
And the pregame starts at 9:15.
Here we go.
So his first at bat will be about, if you go by pitch clock, first 10:15. First at bat, look about 10:16. Gets you a little Louis Matos digging in.
By the way, you were kind of reviewing the morning. Let's not leave out braised beef, parm, and guac either. If we're going to cover all the bases, that's a base I need to touch.
Maybe if John Fisher served that, then fans would come to the. I don't know. I'm just trying to tie it into the A's thing. As somebody pointed out, the echo on the C.
No, it's deep.
You could say that the Oakland A's uniforms look like guac.
There you go.
Look at you, man. All right.
Okay, we'll get ready for Giants pregame at 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It would be a sad day if they close the door on that building.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right. Love the North Bay for its world-class beauty. Also love it for its world-class health care. We got a secret up there called Marin Health, and we want you to know about it. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being your best. Marin Health, world-class care closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think it's all right to talk about that silver lining. Obviously, Matos has been swinging the bat really well. It's an exciting moment for the organization. Obviously, it comes on the heels of something that was really disappointing in the Haniger injury, but certainly we're excited to see what Matos can bring to the table when he's ultimately making his debut for us.
There it is, man. Debut comes in an hour and 15 minutes. And by the way, shout out Waterboy Fun in the lyric, to live with Louis Dog. It's the only way to stay signed. There you go, Louis Matos.
Mark has been waiting all day to uncork that bad boy.
Well, he endorses Sublime.
Yeah.
Sometimes they bleed over into a Reggae Friday, don't they?
Yeah, stay tuned. Maybe this Friday, Murph.
Well, they bleed over into a Reggae Friday under one condition. That would be if Tony says it's okay. Who's going to oversee all Reggae Fridays?
He'd have to be in the building to say that.
Oh, hey now.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. 650 asks, who's the giant Shooty Babbitt? I think you hear him every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7:35 on our show.
You ever heard of him?
Or every Tuesday at 7:35.
Mike
Kruk and Kite for sure.
Or the guy that used to come on Wednesdays, Will Clark.
Yeah.
I think that might be
those
him.
guys, man.
Will the Thrill.
Anyway, but yeah, it's really, really cool, man. Hey, listen, this is the story. We talked A's. Obviously, that was a tremendous story, and we heard a ton of reaction from you guys. One of the more organic things you're going to see in a corporate world, where everything's sponsored, where the scoreboard says, make noise, get loud.
Totally. Put your hands together.
I don't think at any point last night the Oakland Coliseum scoreboard said, sell the team.
That crowd did not need to be
team.
prompted. That was all coming from the heart.
But we got to put that aside now and focus on this Matos situation.
Let's go. I want to see this kid, man. Wearing number 29. He's in the lineup.
Okay.
I love it.
So if you're a hardo, you've known about him for a while. But there's a lot of casual Giants fans who are like, hey, man, just I don't bother with the
If
minor
you're a
league system.
hardo, like who? Like, give me an example. Who would that be?
Copes be considered a hardo? Copes, yeah.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So a Larry Krueger type.
Yeah,
Probably
Krug,
had a notebook on him.
Definitely Krug.
Yeah.
There are Twitter accounts out there, too, of guys who are just in the weeds. As soon as guys get drafted, they're in the weeds and start following these guys by the at-bat.
So
in like the low A, high A, double A, Arizona Fall League.
All kidding aside, though, I would go so far as to say even non-hardo types like that that don't do that kind of research, you've heard this name enough times that you definitely got to be interested.
Who's been his biggest proponent is Pat Burrell. Pat Burrell, Pat the Bat.
Yeah, really interesting.
I can give you. Pat the Bat's almost.
And he's not going to go out of his way to compliment anybody unless it's like legit.
Unless it's maybe a young lady at a bar in the marina.
Oh, listen to you.
Know what I mean?
Listen to you.
I said that out of love.
You know what I mean?
Out of love.
He did some damage, let's be honest.
Damage wouldn't be the word. It would be more like spread the love.
It's good damage, right.
Spread the love.
Right, big time.
So here's some of the quotes he gave to Susan Slusser in the Chronicle, dude.
Yeah.
Listen to some of these. He's the most naturally talented player we have.
Beautiful. I love this.
Oh, Casey Schmidt's like, whoa. Hey, whoa. Pat Bailey's like,
Pat
whoa.
Bailey, too. He's like,
Luis is insanely gifted. Insanely gifted. He runs. He has power. He has a plus arm. He's 21 years old. This is a coveted player.
All right, Pat Burrell. I love what you're saying, man.
I almost feel like, is it too much?
Insanely
talented.
talented.
Sneak in on the back door, kind of low key.
Well, and that's the thing. I know Pat saw him a bunch when he was the hitting coach with the San Jose Giants, and I went down there in 2021, and I've talked about this team a bunch. The team that won the Low A West Championship that had Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Marco Luciano, Kyle Harrison.
Man.
From a position player standpoint, Luis Matos, at 19 years old, was the guy who stood out head and shoulders above all those other guys.
Waterboy's eye test.
And how old is he right now?
What was it about?
21 years old.
Just the quick bat, the wiry frame, the defense.
He squares everything up. He's a gold glove defender in the minor leagues. He's got speed. He's got contact. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't want to put the pressure on him, but I'm more hyped up about him.
You don't have to. Pat Burrell
I'm telling you, watch Schmidt. Yeah.
All of a sudden, like, we've been kind of hitting this today, Murph. You have been bringing this theme up a few times about how quickly, all of a sudden, like, all this youth is here, and you're talking about a quick bat of Matos. Quick bats all over the place now because Estrada's bat is real quick, got a great swing. Look at him hitting bombs on Sunday. You got Bailey, like you just mentioned. You got Casey out there. You got the Schmidtster. Now here comes Matos. Suddenly, it's like the future has come. Like it is. It's happening right now.
Without question.
And it's a spark. This is what we want.
To the great Mark Jackson, who said when the Clay and Curry generation was coming in, he said things be changing at Golden State.
That's just
one
the
of
way
my
it
favorite
happens.
quotes of all time. And that's what's happening right now.
The times they are changing.
I had the experience when Keaton Win closed out the game last night and then went up and hugged Pat Bailey, did a little bro hug with Pat Bailey. I was like, as Cliff Clave would say, who are two guys who are never in my kitchen? Who are two guys who are not on the opening day roster?
Yeah.
Closing out a game in St. Louis.
Yeah,
and by the way,
great call.
They're here to stay.
Yep.
They're here to stay. And then, obviously, by the way, Pat Bailey's hitting 5th today. He's in the 5-hole today. Schmidt's in the 7-hole, and Matos is in the 2-hole.
How about that?
Waterboy's like, I could just go to San Jose and get a cheap beer and watch these guys play.
And at some point, it probably will go pretty fast, too, because who knows what it'll be and when the kid comes up. But at some point, Kyle Harrison will be up here. And then all of a sudden,
when Mike said his name today, I said, who?
I know. Suddenly, yeah. That's the only guy we were talking about.
Mike McDaniel, Kyle Harrison.
Who?
Yeah.
yeah.
And then, guys, here's what's crazy. And I wanted to hit you with this, Waterboy, because you're one of those hardos in the weeds. That Luis Matos is only the 7th-ranked prospect. They went Kyle Harrison, number 1. Marco Luciano, number 2. Casey Schmidt, number 3. Now, technically, because they did it at the start of April.
Where's Bailey?
Grant McCray, number 4.
Okay.
Grant McCray. Get used to that one. Vaughn Brown, number 5. A pitcher named Averson Arteaga, number 6.
He's a shortstop, Murph.
Oh, he's a shortstop?
Yeah, Averson Arteaga's a shortstop.
Bad knowledge on my part. Push-ups on me.
No.
Push-ups on 3.
Well, you're not a hardo in the weeds.
And then 7th, Luis Matos.
Okay.
Sorry about that Arteaga mishap.
No,
but
you're
I did
all right.
give you the good news on Matos hitting 2nd.
Yeah,
that was correct.
That's huge, man.
So anyway, more quotes from Burrell. If you talk to all the players in the minor leagues and ask which players' characteristics are the most attractive, everyone's going to say, oh, I wish I played the game like Matos. Dude, it's effortless for him. We have a real one here.
Thank you, Pat Burrell. This is firing me up. I love this.
More quotes. Keaton Win, who pitched last night.
Yeah.
4 innings in his major league debut.
Yeah,
it's been awesome to watch him. He's a 21-year-old kid. He's doing crazy things down there. He's unconscious, probably the hottest player in the minor league. Casey Schmidt, he's unbelievable. Luis is a special talent. He can do everything on a baseball field. You're going to see highlights all the time.
My only question is, Murph, could he levitate the clubhouse? Because it seems like he can do basically everything else.
Now, after all that, we're going to want to remind everybody he's a 21-year-old rookie. But
yeah, it could be some growing pains here. Yeah,
this is truly exciting.
What do you got, Marcus?
Well, I was going to tell you guys, we actually have some sound from Gabe Kapler talking about the dual threat of a Luis Matos.
Okay.
Sneaky good combo.
Oh, man, dude. Very good. Hey, guys, I want to remind you guys that Kirk Reeder is going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. But in the meantime, Paul, we get ready for the pregame.
Yes.
Okay, so here's the deal.
What's the deal? What do you got for me?
We are going like this. It's going to be Tony DeSclafani, 4-6 with a 3.89, against Jordan Montgomery, a lefty, 3-7 with a 3.88. And that's a 12:15 first. Pardon me, 10. God, I keep getting.
You're all right. No, you're good.
10:15 our time.
Yep.
Giants will be off tomorrow, and then guys, you want to talk about what a story?
Well, here we go.
Dodgers are for 3 at LA, then home for 4 with San Diego, and 3 with Arizona.
Oh, dude, this is going to be exciting.
That's 10
this
in a row against
big series too.
Dude, by the way, after that, they go to end June. They go up to see Brandon Belt up in Canada.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll be wild.
Yeah.
Then they go see the lousy Mets. By the way.
Boy, everyone's beating up on the Mets now.
Yeah.
Scherzer got his A handed to him, right? Yeah.
So I kind of feel like the Giants have gone from, frustrating. By the way, they were 11-17 at one point, and we were pissed.
Well, it was not shaping up to be much of a pulse out there. I mean, it was not feeling good at that point.
So they're 24-17. 20. What are they since then? They're 11-7. 24-15 since then.
Sneaky good combo. Sorry, I can't get it out of my head.
Sneaky good combo.
No.
I don't know what to say.
Guac. It's the diction. Guac.
Do
I
drills
the pronunciation guac.
Do I be the first guy to throw this out? Because we got to get out of here.
Well, this is why we're here, to throw stuff out.
Bochy Gabe World Series?
Wait, bro.
Should I just go with it?
You're getting way now. Even I'm going to have to get
who
them.
in the National League scares you? The Braves, I guess.
But still, you can't be doing that on June. Not on Flag Day.
Well, let's not start each other's quite yet.
A little early for Flag Day.
It was outrageous.
It was totally outrageous.
I was trying to be a shock jock.
You know what I mean? I was shocked. I was so shocked they gave you the wolf.
Okay, anyway, we got 30 seconds till we tag out. So we want to thank today Andy Baggerly checked in. I'm going to do the Tolbert where you review the guest list. Baggerly, Kruko,
and thank the boys behind the glass.
And then Shooty Babbitt.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Oh, you got them all, Murph. You got them all. You got them all.
There you go. And so Giants pregame starts at 9:15. Paulie and I will do it for you.
Awesome.
And then you'll get Luis Matos' first at bat. I'm going to guess around 10:16 a.m. because he's batting second in the top of the
Stay
first.
tuned, y'all.
Giants pregame is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Guac.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Oakland A's fans held a reverse boycott last night at the Coliseum to send a message to John Fisher and Major League Baseball that Fisher should sell the team and keep the A's in Oakland. To read all about last night's reverse boycott, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Welcome to Busch Stadium in downtown St. Louis. It's going to be a warm summer day here in the Midwest with forecast temperatures close to 90 degrees. The Giants have already taken the series. They go for the sweep today, but the big news is the call-up and Major League debut of 21-year-old phenom Luis Matos. He's been tearing up the minors. I'm FP Santangelo alongside Joe Rizzo, bringing you all of today's action. It's Luis in St. Louis. The Giants pregame show is on the air.
Hey, everybody. It is June 14th in Giants history, and we're going to go back to 1985. Wow, that was quite the year. The Giants lost 100 that year, the only time in franchise history. Oof. So when we get a highlight from that year, we got to embrace it. And this one is a good one. Giants, San Diego Padres, Candlestick Park, Friday night in June, probably a little chilly. And we're going extras. We're going into the 11th inning. No ghost runner, just a 4-4 ball game. 9,824 diehards out there. Actually, pretty good crowd for that season. Luis De Leon is on the mound for San Diego to start the bottom of the 11th. He strikes out Bob Brenly. And then here comes a guy named David Green. Now, he was part of the trade that sent Jack Clark to St. Louis. That was a tough one for us Giants fans back then. David Green did not have a huge career as a Giant, but he did have this.
Giants 4, Padres 4. We're in the 11th inning. And the pitch, and Green swings, hits a high drive, left field and deep. Back goes Martinez. He's at the fence. It's gone. Home run, David Green. And the Giants have won by a score of 5-4.
There you go. One of his 5 career home runs as a Giant. We had David Green walking it off against San Diego. Bob Brenly got 3 hits that night. A rare win in 1985 on June 14. Hey, before we go, a little happier year, June 14, 1978. That was a great year for a lot of Giants fans. Giants scored 2 in the first inning. The first one coming on a Mike Ivey RBI single, and it stood up for a 2-1 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. And you know who went 8 1/3 innings for the win? Our friend Vida Blue. We lost Vida this year. So sad. Randy Moffett got the last 2 outs for the save, but Vida would be happy to tell you that that game lasted 1 hour and 38 minutes. Oh, my God. The pitch clock eats your heart out. That was on June 14th, 1978, and this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history. Can't say it much better than our buddy FP Santanzlo said. It's Luis in St. Louis, right, Paulie? Yeah?
Luis in St. Louis. We're going to go with that.
In St. Louis?
We're going with it.
How about Joe in St. Louis?
That's even better, yeah.
Joe Rizzo, who's been doing a great job calling these games. Joe, I've been in the car a lot.
You're sounding good, Joe.
And you are the voice of my summer. So it's great to have you live from St. Louis, Joe Rizzo, before the Giants in the Cards. How you doing, Joe?
Hey, man.
I'm doing well. I appreciate the compliments, guys. Anything going on today? Well, what's up?
Okay, number one. Are we allowed to call him Louis, or is it strictly Luis, or what do we know?
Luis Matos is the newest Giant, 21 years old. He is the 4th youngest player currently now in the major leagues. And what a great development story for this organization, where he had the breakout year 2 years ago. He won an MVP in San Jose. He took a step back last season. He was hurt. He kind of lost his swing. He wasn't his normal self playing at the high A level, and then just completely turned things back around this year. It started in spring training, showing a little bit more of a patient approach while still playing that kind of electrifying game out there as an outfielder, a dynamic player. It carried over into Double-A, and then we all know what he's been doing in Triple-A over the last month. Just out of this world, the hottest hitter on the planet. 6 home runs in his last 6 games with Sacramento. He had one at-bat yesterday before they took him out of the game, because they are obviously very well aware of the injuries that were happening here in St. Louis. And what did he do in the one at-bat? He hit a home run. and now he's here. And not only is he here, he's in the lineup and batting second in the order.
Wow.
So, I mean, they're not hiding him down at the bottom part of the lineup today. He is featured prominently. He's going to bat second. He's going to play in center field. And we can't wait to see what he can do up here.
Super exciting. So, Joe, you, if I'm correct, you were the voice of the San Jose Giants in 2021. So, what's the anecdote you tell everybody? Was there a game? Was there something he did? He was 19. I mean, my goodness. What do you remember about that?
Well, yeah, and he was the first player to ever win a league MVP award in San Jose as a member of the Giants organization, which is pretty impressive. There have been a lot of good players that have come through this farm system in the 3+ decades that San Jose's been an affiliate, and Matos the first to win an MVP, doing it as a teenager. Just nothing seemed to faze him. He hit the ground running, and again, he just does everything so well, and it's the bat-to-ball skills, which I think are pretty elite, some of the best in this organization. I was always saying, don't sleep on his power potential, even though he wasn't hitting a ton of home runs a couple of years ago. Obviously, he's starting to settle in that regard. And look, he's never going to be, I think, an elite power hitter, but it's kind of that sneaky power. And obviously, he's found something with what he's done in AAA over the last month. He can play all three outfield positions. It's an above-average arm. He can steal you a base. You feel very comfortable with him out in center field. And he's also just a fun guy to be around. I mean, I remember watching him and being around him on a daily basis in San Jose thinking, when this guy makes it to the big leagues, and I'll be honest, I didn't really necessarily think it was going to happen within 2 years, but when this guy makes it to the big leagues, Giants fans are going to love him because he just plays with that energy. He loves being at the ballpark. He's a great teammate. Obviously, someone who is from Venezuela, so he was still learning English, and especially so a couple of years ago, and was really kind of applying himself and trying to learn the language as a 19-year-old, which was pretty, I thought, unique for a player that young when so much is getting thrown at you. He wanted to talk to me in English. He wanted to learn the language, and it was just fun to see that. Plus, he was putting up MVP-like numbers. So an easy guy to root for.
Nice.
And it's been fun to see him kind of absorb that down year last year and come out of it an even better player. And now here he is.
Beautifully described and vivid, and we're ready. And Joe Rizzo with more from St. Louis when we return with the Giants pregame show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. We're back. It's the Murph and Max show. We get to do the pregame with the Giants in St. Louis, and what a day as Luis Matos makes his Major League debut, batting second in center field for the Giants for a 10-15 first pitch. All right, I guess there is life outside of Luis. It's hard to think, but there is life outside of Luis. Is there any news on J.D. Davis and that sprained ankle? I suppose we were going to kind of sleep on it and see what the status was.
Yeah, so he went for an MRI this morning, and we expect we'll get the results of that post-game. The Giants still have to make a second roster move because not only have they added Luis Matos, but David Villar is up as well from Sacramento and is starting at third base today. Of course, the one obvious roster move is Mitch Haniger. He's going to be out quite a while, and it sounds like he might have to undergo surgery with the fracture of his forearm after getting hit by a pitch. But they're still trying to figure out what's going on with J.D. Davis. The MRI results may determine whether or not he has to go on the injured list. Gabe Kapler didn't want to commit to that post-game yesterday. Or if he doesn't have to go on the IL, then someone else might go down. Could be somebody like Keaton Win. I'm just speculating here, but after 4 innings yesterday, obviously he's going to be down for a few more days. So the Giants trying to piece that together, and we'll get more roster news here within the next, 45, 50 minutes.
Okay, so there's crazy. So much happening going on right now. A little bit on Keaton Win, though. I mean, what a story, right? 4 innings. Was he the first Major League player to get a 4-inning save in his debut, or was it the first Giant?
It's got to be one of the two.
Should have boned up on that. But anyway, what a story. His family there.
Great night, yeah.
Was it Ollie, Iowa? Town
Yeah.
of, what is it, about 40 people in the town? Something, I don't know. You tell us your view, Joe, of that whole debut.
Yeah, I think a couple of stop signs, and that's it.
That's about
in
it.
That town. And I was surprised not the whole town wasn't here in St. Louis yesterday. Keaton Win, I think just a fun development story in this organization. We've been talking about Luis Matos for a couple of years now. I mean, he's been an elite prospect. Keaton Win, fourth-round pick, and the pitcher that he is now, the one that we saw here yesterday, he was a totally different guy when the Giants drafted him out of the junior college ranks. He was kind of a low 90s control starting pitcher, but he found a way to unlock more fastball velocity to where 91, 92s became the 97s and 98s that we saw last night. He had the Tommy John surgery, so that wiped out an entire year, plus the whole pandemic year. So when he came back last season pitching an A-ball, it was his first time throwing in 3 years. I mean, it's been a long time coming for Keaton Win, and while he was hurt, he developed that splitter. And when you talk to people around the Giants' player development, the minor league system, many believe it's the best splitter right now in this organization, or at least in the farm system. And he turned himself from a control low 90s guy to an upper 90s wipeout splitter guy. And I can't wait to see kind of where he goes from here, whether or not he'll work as a starter down the road. I mean, that's the role he's had in the minor leagues. Or if he could be kind of a max effort, short inning relief guy where he could reach back and hit 100 miles an hour, which he's done before. So a fun story, getting the opportunity right first time he had ever been in a big league ballpark was when he arrived here in St. Louis a couple of days ago. And even if he has to go down to clear a roster spot at some point here soon, we're going to hear a lot more, I think, from Keaton Win later on this season.
Nice.
Wow, what's just so much to cover. It's great to have you guys there doing it. And so, Joe, what's the story? Are you and FP on to L.A., or what's the story?
We will be heading home today. John Miller will rejoin the broadcast team. John will be in L.A. at Dodger Stadium on Friday night. And then, of course, the team's back home. It's a big stretch. Lots of NL West games coming up. Finally. It feels like we've hardly seen the NL West, right? Padres and D-backs. FP and I will be back, it sounds like, right after the All-Star break, part of that real long four-city road trip. So we'll help out during that trip coming up next month.
The Italian-American connection. Rizzo Santangelo.
Paisan.
Man. DiMaggio. You know what I mean? Great, all the great Italian-American San Franciscans through the years in baseball. All right, Joe, you guys have a great call. What an exciting day to call Luis Matos.
This will be a good one.
We'll talk to you down the road. Thank you, Joe.
All right, thanks, guys.
Joe Rizzo live from St. Louis, and the pregame show continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. We're very excited to do the Diamond Notes on Luis Matos Day. And why don't we talk about something other than Luis Matos starting pitchers, Paulie, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Here we go for the Giants. Right-hander Anthony DeSclafani.
Yeah.
That's my Sopranos pronunciation. Anthony DeSclafani takes the bump for the 14th time this season. The Giants are at St. Louis today, Busch Stadium. Tony D carrying a 4-6 record and a 3.89 ERA record. His success this season has mainly come off the off-speed stuff. He's limited opposing batters to just 2 out of 19 hits, hitting 105 when he closes with a curveball. His curveball has been especially effective against righties who are 0 for 11 against the pitch. Shout out Tony D's Uncle Charlie.
There you go.
Right there.
Nice.
Overall, he's limited right-handers to a 201 average. They've gone 28 for 139 with 34 strikeouts this season. That's the third lowest opposing average in the National League, trailing only the Dodgers' Tony Gonsolin, shout out Vacaville, and the Braves' Spencer Strider. That dude's good. Shout out his mustache. He squares off against lefty Jordan Montgomery, who the Cardinals acquired from Waterboys Yankees last year. 3-7 record with a 3.88 ERA, and the Cardinals are tasking him with trying to avoid a sweep, Paulie.
All right, very nice. And it's also now time to identify the X Factor in today's game, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So, is there any other choice today? It's Luis Matos. The Giants' latest call-up has gone deep 6 times in his last 6 games for the River Cats. With 7 home runs overall in AAA, the rookie has captivated Giant fans and beat writers alike. Drawing comps from the Athletics, Andy Baggerly to Adrian Beltre and Acuna. That's crazy stuff, but we're going to see for ourselves today, Giant fans. It's okay to get excited about this one. He's 21 years old. He's going to bat second today behind Austin Slater. He'll also be out in center field in his MLB debut. Matos, the fourth youngest, active player on an MLB roster. The last Giant, Murph, to make his debut at a younger age than Matos was a guy you might have heard of before. Some World Series MVP. What was his name? Oh, yeah, Madison Bumgarner. Murph, the Giant youth movement continues, and we'll have more Diamond Notes next.
Okay.
All right, and let's go places right now with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Only 2 games across MLB. Start before the Giants today as the Brewers going to take on the Twins in Minnesota. Braves facing off with the Detroit Tigers. In front of the program, Spencer Torkelson. Both of those games start at 10:10 a.m. And then looking at the rest of the NL West, you got your Rockies taking on the Red Sox at Fenway. First pitch, 4:10 in that one. And then the D-backs hosting Philly in the desert, 6:40 start there. The sub-500 Padres host the Guardians with the first pitch at 6:40, and then finally the hated Dodgers going to play the White Sox in L.A. for the MLB nightcap. First pitch in that one, Murph, 7:10.
All right, Paulie, let's see who's hot. Sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, voted best in Silicon Valley and a Lennox Premier dealer. Well, the entire Giants lineup was on fire last night, but we're going to shout out Michael Conforto. He smacked 4 hits last night, matching his career high for hits in a single game. Listen to this. Since May 10, Conforto, 333, 398 on base, 606 slugging, 1,004 OPS with 3 doubles, 8. He's got 8 homers and 26 RBIs in that stretch. Wow. Conforto's OPS in that stretch is the 6th best in the National League. Giants at 18-4 this season when he drives in a run. So he's the guy. He's currently leading the Giants in go-ahead RBIs and game-winning RBIs. Shout out the game-winning RBIs with 7. And finally, we end with today's Keys to the Game, sponsored by Stevens Creek Lincoln. Experience the power of sanctuary at Stevens Creek Lincoln today. And for today's Keys to the Game, we're going to look to the bullpen, who's been carrying the load for the Giants' road success. Since May 22, the Bully is boasting a 1.02 ERA, allowing only 6 earned runs in 53 innings away from home, holding opponents to a 139 batting average with 63 strikeouts. So, if Tony D gives the Giants a solid 5 innings to be a bridge to the bullpen,
let's go.
You have to like those odds. So here's the deal.
Big
it
day,
is
Murph.
Luis Matos Day.
Let's see.
He's batting second in the lineup today in center field, wearing number 29. Paulie, for your guy, Jeff Samardzija.
Yeah.
I know we only have about 40 seconds left, so you can't play Jet.
I'm not going to even try at this point.
Yeah. He's wearing number 29. And shout out Hector Sanchez for all y'all out there who's
That's
still
my boy, Hector.
Number 29. So 10:15 first pitch. You got Jordan Montgomery, the lefty for the Cardinals, Tony DeSclafani, the righty for the Giants. The 10:15 first pitch leads to an off day tomorrow, and then at Dodger Stadium Friday night when John Miller will return to the microphone. But in the meantime, it's our buddies Joe Rizzo and FP Santangelo on the call. Murph and Max signing off from the Giants pregame show and the Gabe Around the Park show next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's Around the Park with Dave Fleming. We're in St. Louis, final game, Giants and the Cardinals. Our guest today, Mike Yastrzemski. We're going to talk to Yaz about how his swing's feeling, all these young guys going to L.A., even Father's Day. Lots to get to. We'll have that conversation right after this.